He is a chart stopper and a trendsetter, and undoubtedly the hottest artist in Ghana currently. In his early 20s, he has been able to chalk back-to-back success, and it's something that is rare in our entertainment industry. The whole world is singing his praises, but if I want to keep talking about this gentleman, I'll go on and on and on, and I might not finish. Let's take this quick breather. When we come back, I'll unravel my guest for you. This is Talkertainment, and I'm yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. If you just joined in, this is Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the new Artist of the Year at the just ended Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. We have here the Sad Boys president. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Blacko.
Yeah, 100%.
You're welcome.
Blessings.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're
Yes.
welcome. Charlie,
Yes.
the
I love to
bola,
you, man.
the bola dressing, no, it's part of your branding because most times me who are now the trousers.
the oversized.
Yeah.
I'm just how come you bola.
Say bola trousers, Anna.
Oh yeah, oversized, yeah.
I don't. Say Obi say like people are saying that you're slim in tea.
But you know, so sometimes I thought I'm share skinny ones too.
Me skinny jeans that.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm in positive. I'm sure. I check me Insta and they are in. I'm sure I say positive.
Hey, you must say. But how many tattoos do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces.
And what are they?
Yeah, these are the flames. And these are bats. And this called Kudo Travel.
Okay.
And just tell my mother I love her. And this is the mountain goat.
Why that?
Yeah?
Why that?
Perseverance, man. Mountain goat. Climb, any circumstances, climbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how are you handling the fame so far?
I'm chilling, man. I've been chilling from time. Yeah, and making music. Yeah, I think that's the fun part of it.
Is it getting to you? Did you expect it in the first place?
In what way? Getting to me in what way?
Like, are you overwhelmed with the fame?
Overwhelmed? No.
You are not? It's not too much for you?
No. I don't let it be too much for me. Yeah. You know, because it's all about balance. Everything is all about balance. I try. We all try to balance everything, you understand?
Okay. Yeah. Is that why you are not really active? I don't want to say you're not active on social media, but you don't really get into the social media space that much.
Yeah.
Is it because you don't want to be reading all sorts of things and, you know...
You know, so social media, yeah, I think the drama makes it fun. And I'm not much into drama. Yeah.
Because you want to protect your mental space.
Yeah, you understand. The drama makes it fun, trust me. Nothing about it.
Okay.
People learn. Me, I grew up on social media, trust me. Yeah, I grew up on the internet.
When the energy was gravitating towards you about, you know, the whole buzz, you know it, everybody loves Blacko. Yeah. What did you do to bring your fans closer to you?
I think I made the music, made so much to them. And I think they found Black Sheriff, like, they went behind the music too. Some went behind the music too. Like, because people, trust me, people relate to my music different ways. Trust me.
I mean,
you know,
personally,
someone texts me like, bro, I swear to God, this song you dropped saved me, bro. Bro, God bless you, bro. Someone if he texts me like, bro, this song is raging, bro, this song is messing up here. Like the boys are you see, yeah. So like it's like that. So that's why I feel like it all depends on the emotions and like what I put inside. I think I put in with my opinion, what I think I put inside the music. Because like I think one time I should tape how I make music and like put it out on YouTube or something. You understand? How I make music is like, you see me putting myself in that. You understand? Like giving my all in that.
Okay, you are making music.
Yeah.
Very, very solid music. Yeah. But I think from my own perspective, I think you are not interacting with the fans as you should. Do you agree to that?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
think you are just focused on the craft.
on the craft.
Yes. What about
And I'm
your
not
fan
interacting
base?
to the fans.
Yes.
I do.
Do you have a fan base?
Yeah. I have people who love my music.
Do you
and
have
me.
a solid fan base? Like Sack Nation, Beam Nation. Do you have one?
You know, Sack Nation has been here for 10 years.
I know. I'm just using that as an example for you.
Let's see. I just pulled up. People started loving my music. I started finding my ways and finding my balances. So let's see, bro.
There have been arguments. Some people say you are A-list artist. Some people say you are a hot artist. How do you see yourself? Which category do you fall in?
Well, I don't categorize myself. I'm an artist.
Okay, you have to choose between the two, hot or A-list.
Hot or A-list?
Yes. Are you the hottest artist now?
I don't believe in all. I don't believe in them categories.
Why don't you?
I don't know why, but I don't believe in categorizing artists. Everyone is unique in their own ways. You know, you see, these A-list and categories things you do are like things that we create in our head. And we think this is, you think this is, you think this is. Someone, same A-list and things, someone has different A-list and things in his head, you understand? There are things that we create in our head. This is hot, this is this, this is this, this is this. But in all, they are all artists.
If you are saying this, then it means you're putting someone like Sarkodie and Sefa on the same scale.
I mentioned Sarkodie, I don't mention Sarkodie.
No, I'm not saying you are mentioning, but Sarkodie is...
Brother, trust me, that's what you think it is.
Okay.
Somebody no go think like that. Yeah, trust me. It's all opinions.
Let's move away from this. Yeah. When people compare you to the likes of Samini, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy and co, how do you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, if they are being disrespectful, that like it no need safe. You understand? Trust me, because people that really love me, that like go out on social media like, yo, go stream Sheriff's music, this. They don't do that. People that need their retweets and likes, like I've been telling you, man, will just do something to like make it sensitive for people to give it like their retweets and like get people to react back to what like his negative things that he's putting out, to get people to react saying to that. You understand? And I don't believe in that.
Talk about retweets. There have been complaints that you don't retweet
I do.
DJs.
If I hop on Twitter, anytime I get on Twitter, I do retweet anything.
Are you sure?
But I don't be on Twitter every time.
Camido retweeted your song recently.
Yeah.
You didn't get a response.
Camido?
When? Yeah. On Twitter.
Charlie, one or two them pretty down for complaints
and radio stations.
I've just not been on. Trust me. And I know why I've not been on Twitter, man. See, you man don't know how that. I wish you would feel like.
I'm saying all this because
trust me, you hop on social media. I go on social media. For different kinds of things. You go, you see your things, your heels and stuff, your distance, you screenshots and you understand. Now I pull up, I see Bearman pouring out there like that negative stuff about me and stuff. So you think I'm that, you think I'll be that this thing to be. Trust me, that's what I try to tell you. I've just been finding. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Trust me, I'm finding my balance in that. Trust me, because right now I'm at the point of if I don't take care of myself, I'll lose myself to like something. You understand? But you wouldn't. I wouldn't love to lose myself, because if I lose myself, I lose my music, I lose my everything.
You're certainly not going to lose yourself.
Yeah,
but let's look at this long-term effect.
I'm just giving you like
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But let's look at this long-term effect. Don't you think that when you don't mobilize your fans now and you don't interact with them... Don't you think
I interact with my fans? Because I feel like I do interact with them, man, a lot.
Not as it should, because now it's like,
Not as it should?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
You should. So that one day we'll not hear on the airwaves that you people have not been promoting my works enough, as some of the A-list artists are saying now. That's just why.
Hop on my Twitter from 2019. Okay. I never complain about nothing.
Okay. So, do you have an EP or album coming up?
My tape is coming soon, very soon.
Tape?
Yeah.
What's
Could
that?
be an EP, could be an LP, could be an album, but it's a tape. It's coming.
Your outfit at the VGMAs.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
Thank
really
you.
nice.
Appreciate it.
But there were concerns about the color. You heard about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. MTN and Vodafone clash, sort of. What's
Oh,
your
that be
opinion about it? Yeah.
Oh, me, I didn't know about it. They didn't. Did they give any color codes? I'm not sure.
But you heard about the discussions. What's your take on it? Do you think you didn't know
What
about
were
it?
the discussions? Brief me about it.
Oh, I should brief you.
Yeah.
You must have heard it.
Brief me about
You
it.
wore
I want
a
to get
yellow
it.
color, which stands for MTN, on a Vodafone event.
Which stands for
which is
MTN?
red.
To you or me? Yellow color doesn't stand for
That
MTN
was the
for me.
discussion
There.
on the airwaves.
That's to them man to decide. Because yellow, there wasn't no MTN too.
And the keke that you were in,
Yeah.
the number plate.
The keke, I requested for a keke to be put on stage for me.
Okay.
When I'm done performing, make it come take me. I went there and keke came for me. I don't know nothing about the keke about this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just say you are not aware of those things. Okay, it's understandable. Do you have a management team in Nigeria that handles your stuff?
A management team in Nigeria. I have a team in Nigeria that work for me. In
Okay.
places, different places.
Okay.
Not just here. I have a team in London too. Yeah.
Kweku Frimpong,
Yeah.
have you ever been depressed?
Up to now, I don't know the definition of depression, because I like questions a lot. If you was my friend, like, you would not trust me. I do ask people, like, are you depressed? I say, yes, trust me. How do you feel? How does, like, different. I've been getting different
You
explanations.
don't know what depression is.
Yeah. But, you know, sometimes you do feel bad sometimes. It get worse and stuff. And
You haven't had down moments?
oh, you do. I'm a human. And I do get down moments.
How do you pass through it? How do you go through it?
I make songs about them.
You make songs?
Yeah, so like with this Kendrick's new album, there's this song called Rich Spirits. It said, don't play with me before I turn you to a song, bro. Don't play with me. Anything that happens to me, I'll go make song with you right now.
Sometimes you come on social media and you write certain things that get people thinking. They're like, are you okay? Is Blacko alright? Why do you usually do
I don't
that?
hear that. It's Blacko,
Is
right?
it? Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Of course, me, I think that, and other people also do. Like you post things that get people worried.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, especially on Twitter. I think some time ago you wrote something about being overwhelmed with the fame, and you are just a little child and blah blah. Something.
I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah. I was just walking and I was just flashing back on my life, and I feel like right now I live in like people's faces. My life is not. I feel like my life is not mine no more. Yeah, so like that's what I've been working on, like trying to find the balance. So like it was just interesting and funny to my mind. I liked it more when like my life was mine. I feel like this is a nice line. Let me just put it on my Insta. I liked it more when my life was mine. Yeah.
So you've been robbed of your normal life. You don't go to your favorite watcher joints no more.
I do.
You can't really.
Yeah, trust me. You go see me for them. Everywhere I won't go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but first if I went, my man them know. But now if I go, thousands of people know say I go by this thing. Yeah, that was just what I'm talking about.
We spoke about your down moments. Let's also talk about your happiest moments.
Yeah, I do get happy.
I know you get happy,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about the happiest.
The happiest.
Yes.
Most of them are after I make songs, some kind of songs. Yeah, because trust me, the only place I'm happy is like when I'm close to like my speakers and my mics, and like just making music is so fun. Because trust me, it's a whole movie. I just pull my phone like this, listen to beats, stuff, and like put myself in a movie, something that has happened in my life.
Aside making music,
yeah.
What other events happened in your life that you can classify as this has been one of my best moments?
Best moments. A dozen.
Okay, give us two of them.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll give you like two. Yeah. Okay, so love to Ajizi. Yeah. So I had to come to Accra. Ajizi had hit me up, like that was 2019, June, August today. Yeah, Ajizi writes me. I had posted this freestyle, Cry For Me freestyle. Yeah, Ajizi writes me and say, yo, Pono wants to see you. If you come to Accra the next morning. And I was just there when the man them home in Canada. Like, yo, how you go figure a car? But that time, then my puppy dey Ghana. You understand? And if I went to my puppy go fit give me money, make I take go. But I'm not sure my puppy likes this music thing I'm doing. So I was just there like, how I go fit get money to that? So I just went to my auntie, my Aisha. It's like, mom, saying I was saying, yo, I have to do this. It's like, go to your father. So I went to my daddy. I told him, he liked the idea. He gave me that money. So like that time when I took that money. And I do remember that anytime I receive something like through this music, that's the first thing that comes to my mind, like the first money my daddy gave me for the music.
You made mention that your father wasn't into part of your music career from the onset.
Not into part, but my daddy and my mommy really wanted me to go to school because trust me, I was that brilliant. You understand? And my daddy didn't trust the music idea, but he was like, they were like always trying to put it first before the music for me. Yeah.
So at what point did they come to embrace this whole thing?
At time at teaching. At teaching.
When you say teaching, what does that mean?
I left home.
Oh, really?
From Tema. Good days, Legon, me and the London.
With your friends?
Yeah.
That was at what age?
In Chayo, like 2 years ago. I was 18.
And they were worried, I guess.
Yeah, somehow, but like they used to hear me, so like and they knew I could, like, Sharif is that wild. Sharif will protect himself. Yeah, but they were checking up and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I know this is getting interesting, but let's pause and take a quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you here on Talkertainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. We are still here on Talkertainment, and I'm chit-chatting with Brakweku. What do you say,
Sheriff. Black Sheriff. Blacko. Yeah, I like Blacko.
You like Blacko?
Yeah.
So be afraid of Blacko.
Yeah, I like Blacko.
Hey.
Blacko is fine.
You met Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
What did you guys discuss and how was the vibe?
Oh, I just asked him how did he like it. Cool. How if it was cool, and
how he likes it here in Ghana.
Yeah. And he told me he liked my music.
Oh.
He told him I like this. That new album.
So
is
even
fire.
Kendrick listens to your music. Hey, when you need packets to a crowd.
Oh, like, and you know, people they watch we, and like if they come here, they try to like get much of us. You understand? Like when they drop Ghana, they listen Ghana music and stuff. They get put on new music and yeah. I told them congrats, brother. It's blessed. Like that. It was very short. Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't have the opportunity to do any business, ABR with him?
Oh, it's a party, yo. It was a party that we shall be at everybody. So, bro, I'm gone. Yeah. All that.
So the setup for the 3 Music Awards, everybody liked it. I liked it. Everybody liked it. It became a challenge, and everybody was, doing some of it.
Yeah.
And Sadiq came to state that it was meant for Sarkodie. How did you? People were criticizing him that he shouldn't have said some stuff like that. But do you actually think that? How did you feel about it? And has your respect for him decreased in any way?
Oh, brother, I knew that before I got on that stage.
Okay.
Yeah, he told me before I got on the music stage. Yeah, so I knew before you guys knew. Yeah, and like, it's just an information. Oh, then we did try bill for Sac Barry. Just as information, just to know about that stage. I don't think I should make you get to my feelings. I don't think you should have feelings in this thing. It's just an info you should know. He thinks you should know. You understand? Because he thought I could, like, if I knew, nothing could happen. So, like, he told me. And, like, he thinks you guys should know. That's why he said it on the radio. I'm not sure this, yeah.
Which mood were you in when you were recording Quickly the Traveler?
It was just, initially, before I heard the beat, like, it was just a normal mood. But, like, when I heard the beat, like, yeah, this beat is sad. And like when I hear like sad stuff, I just try feel in that vibe, like immerse myself into that vibration. You understand? And like write something, like put words together. Because I'm good at putting words together and like turning like real life stories or like stuff I've heard like to songs, like to make them make sense. That's how it is. I was just chill and writing.
Why are you so much engulfed with sad stuff to the extent that you have to name your fan base or whatever sad boys? Is it that
Sad boys and
you
the
also
sad
believe
girls.
in the fact that we live in a country where like Charlie Kwafotri and Chi? Is it that was that an inspiration for you?
I think that one is like a basic thing or like a reality you should know. I should know. Like for here, you for make it out. Like it's not easy. You understand? Yeah. And like to me, you guys should look out for my album or like my tape or like my EP I go drop, like the tape I'm dropping next. Yeah. I'm not sure if it will be an EP or like an LP or like an album. But I said the tape is coming.
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah.
I said the sad vibrations.
Yeah, and because I'm not sure we'll have the time to like discuss the whole
Just
stuff.
give me a gist.
Yeah. Okay, there's nothing. I felt like there's nothing to smile about in this life, brother. Let's sad up there. Let's sad up in there. If I smile, if I sad, same thing. Obviously, like men is just sad up in bronze. Yeah, because I can't be coming laughing to this one.
Why do you always talk about marijuana in your songs?
Yeah, marijuana.
Is that a motivation? Like,
No, no, it's not a motivational salsa. I just love to spice it up. You understand? Yeah, cause I grew up in Konongo Zongo. No be today marijuana they come. I see marijuana as a kiddie. I see people, right, smoking the marijuana for the street dancers. So if I'm talking, like, I've seen it, like, like if I'm writing, flashing back to, like, where I grew up and stuff, those things come to my head, I spice it up, drop it. Yeah, man.
Some people say you are overhyped. What do you have to say about that?
That's their belief. That's not my reality. I don't believe I'm overhyped. That's what someone believes. I can't trash it. I can't trash it.
You lost the Artist of the Year to Kitty.
I didn't lose it.
You didn't lose it?
Yeah, I didn't lose it. Mr.
What
Kitty
happened?
deserved it. I deserved it. Everybody for that side deserved it. I'm a big fan of Lord Sugar. He knows. Big love to you, Marshalla.
So are you going to be doing something with him soon?
Oh, trust me. We go to drop songs. Yeah, we go to collaborate and drop. Yeah, trust me.
Blacko, what's your kind of woman?
I don't have a kind of woman. Yeah, this question is pointing you.
You didn't see it coming?
Yeah, Black was the kind of woman. I don't have a kind of woman.
Well, anything goes?
If you see you love her, you go love her. Trust me. If you see her, you love her, you go love her.
What does that even mean?
You see, you know the bar pigeon.
I understand, but
If you see him, you go love him.
okay.
You go love him.
So
If you see him, you won't love him. Way you go like love him, you go love him. If you see him, he be him, you go know.
please break it down for me.
If you see where he be you go know.
Okay, so have you seen that that you are talking about?
This question's big.
Hey, Blanco.
Like this question,
Hey.
you do
It's
big
not
for my top. I
big,
don't know how to
yeah,
like
it's not
answer.
big. It's
It's a very big question. Blanco, what's the kind of your type of woman? And I say I don't have a type of
you
woman.
said when you see him, you go love him
Yeah,
or whatever it is.
And what was the question that I said this to you? What was the question?
What's the
That
question?
made me say if you see him, you go know.
What's your kind
You
of
said-
woman?
Yeah, I say if you see him, you go know. Like I'm just giving like
So have you met
a
her
game.
yet?
I'm giving a free game to the man them. If you see him, you go know. Make nothing threaten your mind. Make no pressure, no pressure, peer pressure pull you. Say. If you see him, it's a free game I'm giving to the man them, not my reality or something. It's a free game everyone should know. I think you should know too.
How you go know? Is it the intuition?
Yeah, intuition, it will tell you. Yeah. So I don't know. So if I see you already, or if I don't see, that one I don't know. But it's a free game I'm giving to the man then. I don't have a type of woman, but if you see your type of woman.
So you've not met her yet?
I don't even know. Okay,
Or your mind no dey there?
Plenty questions.
Oh, black cool.
Plenty questions. Plenty questions.
Make you no do that.
I wouldn't love to talk about that, man.
Hey, or black you're in love. The way you're behaving.
In love with who? Yeah, tell me. Okay. Tell me, I'd love to know. Because you guys ask these questions like you.
We want to know,
No.
We just want to know.
I don't have a girlfriend.
You don't have a girlfriend?
I think that's what you want to know.
You are denying, or should we believe?
Denying who? That's what I'm saying. You're asking me this question like you know. So like, let me know if you know my girlfriend. Let me know. Let me see.
Okay. So how do you handle female fans?
I do reply to their DMs. Say hi, like I liked stuff, their stories, and reply to their, like some congratulate me, like yeah, black or this, and like some send prayers and stuff. Yeah, those varieties of messages, like just reply to them. Thank you, love you, bless you. Thank you, love you, bless you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and they'll tell you. My female fan, then they will tell you.
Yeah, we hear you if you say so. If you are to date any female celebrity, who will it be?
I don't have a celebrity crush. I have a celebrity crush. Yeah.
Ghana internationally.
I have a celebrity crush.
Blacko wants to come clean. Yeah, tell why.
Come clean, as in.
We are currently on this segment.
I don't know what to tell you about again.
We are going to be playing some game here. You have to pick, and then you ask whatever question, you answer whatever question that you choose. Sorry for that.
Front or back? Hey, Charlie, what be that? What be front or back? What be front or back?
Front or back? Are you a boobs person or you're an ass person?
We're women, boobs and ass. How they like us?
Okay.
Yeah. How they like us?
So can I have that?
Yeah. I have front or back.
Sorry?
Yeah, I like this.
What is your manager whispering?
What is the naughtiest thing you've ever done?
Black hole.
You man are trying to be naughty. So the naughtiest thing you've ever done. Can you tell me the meaning of flirt? What's flirt?
Okay, so flirt is like you're not an item or the person. Like you're not seeing the person, but you just like it could come as a compliment. It could just come as you guys are just goofing around.
Yeah, I think I've done that like more than twice. Flirt. That flirt.
That's the naughtiest you've done.
Yeah.
Flirt.
More than twice. Yeah, flirt.
Black hole.
Like that you don't know that dark flirt song.
Hey.
You don't know that dark flirt. You don't know dark flirt. Yeah,
no wahala,
bro.
Black hole. So your last words to your fans.
Yeah, my last words are always appreciation. So I love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting me and my music. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for telling someone about me. It's only up from here, trust me. And I love you guys so much. The tape is coming, and keep supporting Black Hole. I love you. When it's on, then it's on. You can't stop till it's done. Sikadam na me bo. Abranti amasi swo. It's a great smile. Campaign kuana mechi. It's a great smile. It's a great smile. Tida. You go see me for the roadside. Talking to the most high. Wow.
Remember, you know a traveler.
Yeah, you so.
Remember,
you know a traveler.
The name is Kweku the Hustler. It's been far away chasing.
True word too. Remember, you know a traveler.
Though?
The name is Kweku. Guala. It's like Gualala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Guala and La.
Okay.
Guala. Guala is dough.
Oh, it's money.
Guala is dough, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm chasing Guala from time.
Okay, so here's where we wrap up on this edition of Talkertainment. I hope you liked every bit of it. We come your way another time. Until then, stay blessed and stay safe. We are out.
Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the Reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb Reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb Reporter?
For the past 6 months now. 6
months? Since when? Is it
January?
January. Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the Reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the Reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com. Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the Reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it, and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the Reporter come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a Reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a Reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people will get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the Reporter, and then they were given the first-hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the Reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So, from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, when I had the opportunity to have the account, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective there, one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes, president of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay.
No.
But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire. So Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what, I mean, our leaders also need to be, not always about money, but it should also come from the heart.
Okay. Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, have been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain voice to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain voice before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles, and then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the app. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael, Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put in there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my phone.
Your phone?
Yes.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop. Yeah. But why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for
yeah,
you. Okay. But you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard.
Okay. And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube.
Yes.
You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the Reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what do you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the Reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb Reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100+ Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there. And then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that this 3 publications actually got me 100+ Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also account, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, and that really motivated me to continue publishing more. And then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when a Japan was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already, and you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was, I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles, to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is, me, for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw, actually. But I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real? You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis. So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal. And then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them. And then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you they give you limitations. You can publish this a day, you can publish with these words, you can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about the opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then, you know, get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again. Just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think when I want to make a post? I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know. But then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have the Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline.
Okay.
Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even document. and these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist, or a celebrity, or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There's also the aspect of the advocacy, or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
To be mentored or tutored by one of the greatest minds in engineering in Africa, we're all bound to make some mistakes. And that's what the story of our guest on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV will teach us. The story of Fiavi Kweku Mauto is one that would inspire you. Also, here is a catch. This young man, beyond all his creativity, learnt none of this from the classroom, a naturally born creative. Welcome once again to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's bring you all of the details right after this. Born an Ewe, Promise starts off his story by telling us how it is that he was raised as an Asante.
My name is Fiavi Kweku Mauto. Other people call me Promise based on how I was born. So basically my dad is an Ewe. By blood I'm an Ewe, but I was raised by an Asante man. So I was being adopted into the Asante family. So my dad and my mom are alive. I have 6 siblings. They are all alive. So we were all living in Accra. I was born in Nansuma, DC. So my youngest brother, that was our last born, that is Kwame Safo. Because of him, I'm here today.
To be named Promise was not just mere coincidence or chance, and he shares the fine details.
When my parents was about to give birth to me, there was a prophecy. That is why I'm called Promise. So after I was giving birth, the man asked them to bring me to him when I'm old enough. So after I completed JSS, they brought me here, and I couldn't continue schooling because the man saw something in me and he wanted to grow me up.
But very soon in his life, he learned the hard way on giving up on certain dreams to be able to achieve other greater ones.
Initially, I wanted to be a footballer. I love football so much, so I wanted to be a footballer. But when I came, he was like, no, that is not my path. I need to focus on what is in me. So when I came, I was fixed to a certain portion into the company, that is the pattern making department. What we do is we produce any given artifact that is being given to us, which is being forwarded for foundry, that is casting. So basically, I was taught how to manipulate or duplicate any given artifact, and that will be forward for casting.
Doing art for the last 12 years, Promise says his biggest trick has been learning the skill of being observant rather than being engulfed in a lot of youthful exuberances.
It's been 12 years now since I've been here, and it's all about work. Because of that, I was taught how to observe things, not to get involved in any activities, that is parties, friendship, so many things. What I do is focus on the work, what I can do for myself, and what is given to me, how I can grow on it and then inspire the world. So through there, I realized I have this strong ability, I have this strong imaginative ability. Whatever I set my eyes on, or whatever I picture, I can then bring to reality. So from there, I began to sculpt things out. So whatever I get, any material that I find, I just try to do something with it, create something with it, whatever is inside here. So that is what I've been doing.
He lost friends because work became his only friend. But he admits this also allowed him to explore a lot of his creativity.
At first, I was really having fun with it. I wasn't thinking about the business aspect or the money aspect. It was just fun, because that was the only thing that I have. I don't have friends. I don't have friends though. Yeah. So the only friends that I have was my work and what I can do. So as time goes on, people will see that and will be like, wow, hey, where's Scout? But I'm not much concerned about the money though. I'm much concerned about what I can do, how people get inspired or how people get happy when they see the work. So that was what was happening till, I think that was 2 years ago, when he was like, yo, what you're doing is enough. There's money in it, so okay, you will not go, but you'll be here and I will then get your company for you. Then you can be within the company and do whatever you want to do. So as time goes on, if you feel like going, you can go.
Being an adopted grandchild of Apostle Kwejo Safo, Promise came to learn another difficult life lesson, that not everyone needs to be schooled formally to attain certain heights in their lives.
So what I'm talking about, I'm talking about Apostle Dr. Kwejo Safo. He was the one who adopted me into his family, and then he is the one who has been taking care of me since my childhood, and he's the more reason why I didn't attend or continue education there, because he felt like what is within it wouldn't go with what I'm going to learn at school. And really, I wanted to be a footballer, like I said, but going to school, I don't know if I were to continue schooling, I don't think I will be able to be doing what I wanted to do, because all my life I just feel like being myself. I'm the reserved type. I want to do things my own way. I don't want to do things the way regular thing. No, I just want to take my own path, face the challenges, and then create something out of it. That is me. So when he saw that in me, he took time and then grew me up. Do this, take this out, do this in life. That is what you have to do.
Does he consider his upbringing a challenging one? Promise thinks otherwise, because he says he has come to understand the uniqueness of the path he is taking.
He always said this, life is all about capital U. So he tells me, you came here, you came on this earth for a purpose. So you should find out your sole purpose and then know how to work around it. That is the reason why he came here. So when he told me that, okay, at first I wasn't getting it clear because I was like, yo, we should have fun. But he was like, it's not about fun. We are not here because of fun. We are here to inspire other people. We are here to work on our sole purpose. That is why we're here. So what I always remember is he always say like, life is all about you, capital U, how you make it. So whatever you do should be you shouldn't do something that will affect the third party, sorry. So it should always be like you have to be a stepping stone to inspire other people. So that is what keeps me going most of the time. But just that when you're taking this path, it takes you away from so many things. There are so many sacrifices that you have to do. You have to take away certain things so that you will be more focused on what you want to achieve in life. So he taught me a lot. Financially, everything, he is the responsible for me being who I am today.
It might appear Promise's story is one of being born with a golden spoon in his mouth, but he says he has also had a taste of poverty. He considers himself lucky because he had a good teacher.
Even if you have what it takes to inspire the world, if you don't have certain things, that certain ingredient that will speed you up or spice you up, you can still not make it. Especially if you don't have a good teacher, someone who can lead you in life. For me, I'm lucky. Even though I have not furthered my education that far, I had a good teacher, someone who knew the path, someone who was able to push me along the way. Man, for this place. Sometimes it got to a time. Sometimes apostle will just mislead you. Then you go and then you crash. When you come back, then he will tell you good. Mistakes. It's good for you to make mistakes in life. It makes you harder in life.
Through his art, Promise dreams of solving some problems of this world.
I'm not a materialistic guy. That is okay. I was being tamed to. So I'm not moved by materials. I'm moved by what I can do. I want to be the reason why someone sees me and be like, wow, I can do it. Wow, hey, this guy was able to do it. Yeah, I want to be the reason why someone is being uplifted. So I'm not moved by trending things, material things. No, I want to solve problems. I want to solve people's problems. So I just look at the problem around and then I fixed it into what I want to do.
The young man as he is, Promise confesses that there was a point in his life where he felt a great aura of loneliness around himself.
It got to a time I was very lonely because apostle wouldn't let you go out, no phone, no parties, nothing. It's all about work 24/7. So it got to the I don't have past mates like schoolmates, best friends, those kind of things. So it got to the time I realized I was sinking. So the only place I can talk, and I don't like talking much, so I talk through my artworks. That is where I discover I can do things with my arms. So what I want to say, I'll just put it through my artworks. So some artworks talks about gratitude. For instance, it got to a time that I wanted to set up a business. That was a food business, and I picked people who were close to me, thinking if you have people who are close to you, things might grow up. Because I love teamwork. I want to achieve things with the people that are around me, people that I love. But I got to realize human beings, you can never predict human being. Humans, we are something else.
Promise believes that being an introvert This has helped him to master the ability of being patient, a trait that has helped him perform better at his craft.
When they let me down, the grief and how I felt, I printed into my art piece. That is gratitude. When way back when I felt like I was in poverty, when I couldn't explore, I couldn't bring out what I was meant to do, then I created the Escape from Purgatory. I printed that one into the art piece. Yeah. So when I got to understand nature, that there's life in everything, I created the other piece behind you. So that is what I used to do. Instead of me talking, voicing my feelings out, I implement it into my artwork so that it will inspire other people. Like, yeah, when it comes, hey, what piece, then I'll tell you the story or the message behind that kind of thing. So that is how most things happen to be. In everything, there are two sides. So in some way, it has affected my life in the bad way a little, because since I'm kind of more reserved, when times come where I need to express myself, like I need to open up, because I believe in the kind of education I believe is what we having right now. At the end of the day, I learn something, you also learn something. So practically, if I'm able to open up, basically I'm going to learn something out of what we are going to share. But since I'm more reserved, I most of the time keep mute and observe things. But the best part for me being in that state, I have the power to observe things and then get to know things very well.
The best lesson he has learned from studying under the great Apostle Sappho is the one about being truthful.
Talking about Apostle, I've learned so much from him, because there's this thing it talks about when it comes to work. He will be like, "Oh, first job, pisca." So whatever you're doing, make sure you do it to your maximum point, because the first work is not for income. That is what for short, he will be like, let your work talk for you, don't do the talking. So whatever if you really want to do it, just work your ass off, try and then get to the very last bottom of it so that your work can talk for you. So
what has been your most challenging thing in life? That was my next question to him.
Most challenging, there are a lot though. Ups and downs in life. I do meet challenges. Like, okay, let's say, you see, since I was being tamed from the outside world, even though I'm in Ghana, I always say here is not Ghana, because the kind of system here is different from outside there. So the most challenging thing is, one, I do feel like I'm behind time. I'm not able to cope with other beings outside. I'm talking about other people outside. As I almost speed you up, I'm a kind of a bit slow. That is one. And two, how to sell my things out, how to sell myself. I always want my work to talk for me, rather than me selling myself like, yo, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And the third, the most challenging is, even though I'm living with money, it's hard for you to get the money. I know if you are getting me. Even though I know if I go to that, I want to do this, then I'm going to get it. You will not get it that simple. compared to other people who might get it simple, because he wants you to pass through the hell to get, so that when you get it, you know how to value what you have right now.
Regrets? Let's hear what he has to say.
I love what I do, and I love who I've become. The little regrets I will say I have is, even that one quite minor. It's I don't have friends. I don't have people that I can look up to and say, and these are my friends, these are the people that I hang up with. No. That is what I would say. Yeah. Personally, but when publicly, maybe I would say, apart from say the system, it's natural, like it's normal. The system is not working effectively to support whatever we want to do.
On display in Promise's little studio are a number of art pieces with many depths, but he breaks them down for us. He also shows us what his perfect piece is.
Growing up, I got to understand life. Life isn't easy as it is. So when I came to understand life, I got to realize there are a lot, when I talk about life, there are a lot into it. Life wasn't programmed to be easy the way it should be. It's a puzzle that one needs to fix. I'm talking about your soul script, the purpose. If you're able to fish out the purpose of you, the reason why you are on this earth. So most of my art pieces here are based on life philosophy and life itself. So talking about this, but most of them are not done completely, maybe 80 to 75%. So talking about this talks about hear evil, don't hear evil, speak no evil, view no evil. So that is this. This talks about our democracy, our system, talking about the country we live inside here. Democracy is let me say a little bit messed up, because I know democracy is a system that is not used to govern a country, because it's a freedom of justice or whatever it is. So everyone is entitled to do whatever it is, even if it's going to help or not help the country. But we have original born leaders who were drafted or brought to this earth to govern our country. So talking about other countries, they have people who are picked to govern a country, not the public. So this can ever talk about chieftaincy. They are originally born with it to be a leader. We are not picked like a mandatory system. So this one talks about democracy. This one talks about the brain, the key to life. Your whole being, everything depends on your mind. For you to be successful, for you to be poor, whatever it is, it's all based on your mind. So if you're able to master your mindset over your emotion, you can make it in life. This one talks about blacks. Blacks is beauty. Talking about acts, it's we blacks. The way we talk, the way our culture, our food, our dress, everything. So black is golden. This one talks about a philosophy in life, the struggle in life. You can see the hand is penetrating through the rocks. So in life, when you are determined, focused, and you have aim, you can penetrate through any struggle in life. So you can see the blood rectifying whatever it is. This one talks about our country, Ghana. I'm not done though. I'm not done. This one talks about it projects the number of resources we have in Ghana, and the second one here talks about the other way around. We have been all the resources, but still Ghana is still not having its original pay. This one too talks. This is my perfect piece. This talks about a broken portal. We have ups and downs in our life. Humans sometimes makes us shifts from our main core. So talking about a broken portal, we all have our inner God that talks to us, that directs us. We are God in our own image when it comes to this earth. This planet, we are God. We are God. So when your portal is complete, that is where you are able to communicate with your inner God. But if it is broken due to the ups and downs in life, that is when you are not able to communicate with your inner God. So you do whatever will serve you right, not your rightful purpose. So this is a broken portal. So talking about this is I think the bigger of this section, and this one talks about blacks and its slavery. So you can see the hand depicting the white man and the black skin depicting we blacks, as here how the white has enslaved us by being enlightened with the truth of the originality of we the blacks. Okay. Sure. This one I was being inspired by a movie that I spied. That was Thor. So I was being inspired by, but the original concept was to be upside down. That is to project Okonfa-Notche knife, the one that he used to. He is a god, so that is the initial idea for this. This one talks about the power of the tongue. How powerful our tongue is. How you should be very mindful of what you say, because that might work. It might work, it will work. The powerful of the tongue. So the gesture of the thing it projects when you are in the other side. That is when you are in the bad side. You should know of what you say, so that you know the effect of what it might bring. This one talks about social media, how people are living other fake life. So you can see the gesture inside, the person is in pains. But if we are able to turn the social media to educate ourselves, we projecting the raw and unfiltered situation in our community to solve other problems and even to motivate other problems. That will be more better than we projecting the life of let me say a fake life. You can see people projecting money and stuff, which is making other people feel like I'm a catcher. So if we can be real to ourselves, okay, that one will help. So this one talks about the social media aspect. This one is my favorite piece that talks about the old gods. We have gods in our mess. So we are God who takes a form of humans, but within they are living gods. So like talking about Kwame Nkrumah, Okonfa-Notche, there are so many gods that came to Ghana. They have invaded Ghana. So this one talks about those pieces. So with the wooden, the plaques aspect, luckily we've worked with most people like TV3, TV Africa, TV3, that is Talented Kids, and then Ghana Most Beautiful. TV Africa, that was Amazing Child. We worked with Jima, we worked with Spotlight, most of them. We've worked with Ghana Rising Star. We've worked with most people that I can even count off here. So and then GhanaWeb Excellency Award as well too. So we've worked with so many people that I can't even count off here. Sure. I have in the spring department we have the construction. Okay, so I have roughly 20 to 25 workers. Talking about my company, it's a segmental company, so that there are various segments within it. So with the arts section, that is my outlet piece, so I do them alone. But when it comes to the plaques, I have the spraying department, that takes care of that one. So I have 2 spraying guys, and then with the plaster section I have 5 workers. When it comes to the construction, which my big sis is heading, he's like an architectural drawing. So he and she and the workers, that is almost like 15 workers so far. Yeah. So the other department, that is the wooden, we do indoors decorations, then sofas, then stuff. So that aspect too, we have workers. So it's a segment where each segment has its own workers. Unlike this part that I do alone, the other part we have workers over there who do work there. Okay, so basically these art pieces are not for sale. The initial idea was to educate Ghanaians on the value of the art piece, because looking at the other countries, artworks do really sell, but here we don't patronize artworks. Hey, but when the white guys come here, they'll be like, wow, that is money. So okay, so I realized that it's the perception. They don't really understand the worth of the artwork. So okay, I'm going to use this to educate my fellow Ghanaians. So be like, oh, this is they should know the reason why we draft something like this. These are written knowledge that has been encrypted into the art piece that need to be decoded. So that is what for the arts aspect. Even though looking at our previous and the future, we're just praying that a time will come that our people will get the value or the perception, that perception of the low valueness of the art piece will vanish, and then they'll also embrace the importance or the worth of our art piece. Because blacks, we're talking about artworks, it's we blacks. We are the definition of blacks.
Young as he is, Promise believes the country can do better for the creative arts industry, and this is how.
We, the youngest artists in Ghana, wouldn't travel from here to other countries to go and then improve that country. But we want to be here to be able to improve our mother Ghana as well. So any positive person out there who would love to support the movement of the creative industry, they should really help, and then so that we can also project whatever we have inwardly to, so that the next generation who will come after us will also have a path to step on or pass through.
This story of Promise truly begs the question about the kind of concentration and attention we give to the creative arts industry. But we hope that you've been truly inspired, as we always do here on the Untold, here on GhanaWeb TV, with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Debates between players in the Ghana Premier League is what we, the media, we used to drive interest in the league. Dating back to years even before I was born, There was a debate between Joe Debra and Shomokwe, Chastela and then Don Botte. We've had recently between Fabio Gama and Mohamed Salisu. But now, a debate between two players that we are currently embracing on social media is the one between Dennis Nkrumah and Imoro Ibrahim. These two left backs were exceptional in the 2021-22 Ghana Premier League. Hans Volk and Asante Kotoko have both commented on this issue. But who do you think is the best and has been the standout defender between the two? If we give it to you to take one of these players to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, who will it be between Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Nkrumah? We table this for a riveting discussion on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Follow me as I interact with Ghanaians here at Madina Station to get their opinion on this. Who will it be between Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Nkrumah? All right, so it's simple today on the Friday debate. Between Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Nkrumah, who was the better player in the 2021-2022 Ghana Premier League? And if you have the opportunity to take one of them to Qatar, who will it be? I'm starting with three gentlemen here at Madina Station. The one to my left is a staunch Asante Kotoko fan, and the two are Phobians. So let me start with the Kotoko fan and find out. Boss Pacho Mwakwa Baba GhanaWeb TV. Last season, Kotoko Edge League. Now, we share Hassan Suji FA Cup. We share Imoro Ibrahim. Any Dennis Nkrumah. Omumi no one a ball palm last season.
Last season, the Imoro Ibrahim ball, but Okonsa no ball per chair Imoro Ibrahim. The ball defense no. Ball football. One Jina Fako and say one change with my pants and son of a bubble. There be. When we used to say, one person won't put to be on the cheek. And anytime be our say, we clean it chin and son of a free. Defender out to boss are the team be out to ball.
Yeah, but now Kotoko for be so kase. Imoro last season, 8 assists as a defender. Into what the Ninaki Cabo man, I just say, Oya de Echa Dennis Kosa.
8 assists, they were there. About 8 assists, we shall go there. That means, on your defense, what you call on about, how to cover about, or 1 we Kosa.
Into 2022 World Cup, El Qatar. Say, Bassa, young farm right away, Emubaku, and Kawan or Bekacho Tuado. So I'm finding
Imoro Ibrahim.
On fire, Imoro Ibrahim.
Because ball, send a able ball, and sign over ball. One Jina Falcon, or the ball queen him. But to make it a ball and move, that means player not me idea. Local team cannot move ball or that, or call brutally. What about ball more than that?
If you have a defender who will give you 8 assists and can score free kicks, and you are a coach, there is nothing that should stop you from taking such a player to the Mundial. Mamman Fahas for me, and them last season, ASN can call you Bamo the FA Cup, Epipa BBH, Imoro Ibrahim, and Dennis Nkrumah. Why and a ball mile last season?
To me, who say Ibrahim Molo no ball, but I don't just say I'm for World Cup. Who say previous call up nearby? Now, cost an area, a woman. No two na normal Premier League. This is a phobia, and I be done. And I was a friend. Now, if you are second phobia, I bet Matramako. Into the first year for Quasa Enco. But yeah, what's your Pacosa Encono? Eddie Campesa, you so me no. So, we are coach, now your man with our team, second left back, Ebra. Imoro, any Dennis Kosa, why now, Oberton? Oh, Mafa Kosa, Oberfa Kosa. Let us say, when Omomuka said, Dennis Kosa in Boche, Imoro, no yard. Yes, I fight to me art fan. Into the Messay, young for Kosano. Young quite back, who's a time or dress, or improve him, or be say, or at the same time, so time or put free kicks art, or the same free kick. Eshe Kotoko. Yeah, that is some women in any free kick ball. I look at that channel. Last season, Kwasa ball or Bema grass. And Sauba Artino. Sisaba Artino. Waji 2 caps. Waji President's Cup. Waji FA Cup. Moro Waji Ghana Premier League. Obviously, I find assistant Waji assist. Until I idea, but if you lose about blaster. Local blaster, I'm getting my blaster. No come across. All right, so it's Imoro Ibrahim for him. Let me get the last gentleman on the show and also get his opinion. Imoro Ibrahim,
any Salif. See how you coach. Now, me na me your chairman. Me mouse kese koto left backer. Imoro Ibrahim Kotoko. Dennis Kosa has of why now Ubetis Kato.
So me the mefa Dennis Kosa.
Befa I say we has into who call Dennis Kosa to.
I mefa Dennis.
And then usu say Dennis Kosa ya de chain. Imoro.
Okay, the performance in there. Me oya the mama chain Imoro Ibrahim.
The performance no emu there because Imoro why assist 8 Dennis Kosa won to me anya me ensakra. Enu ti den ne ho unhu Kosa ball ne ho a Emma Okasa unimbo chain Imoro.
To me, the ball no one there, me problem because Obia the mistake will be on. To me, the make us say Anka, your father Dennis Kosa.
Yeah, because to me defend the camera.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so it's 2 against 1. You can also say that it's because I got only one as a Talkertainment fan here. That is why it is 2 against 1. But who do you think? Share with me in the comment section. Imoro and Dennis Kosa. Who will be your pick if you are a coach, or you are supposed to recommend one of these 2 players to be taken to the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar? I have another one guest here on the show. He supports Accra Hearts of Oak. They won the FA Cup at the end of the 2021-22 season. But Makwaba also we are Hasini. International say we win Imoro Ibrahim. Any the Dennis Kosa or Bokotoko. Omumi no. Why any Mboma?
Oh, Imoro Ibrahim ya dey see. Ibrahim Kosa.
Imoro ya dey chair Dennis Kosa. And then entina oka say Imoro le mbo chair Dennis Kosa.
Oh, Osha. Imoro Ibrahim, Osha the finishing good. And also the teamwork is good. And also experience for one or ball. I'm supporting him.
Enti na cha say we recommend we na den call Black Star FIFA World Cup na we recommend.
Oh, me recommend Imoro Ibrahim. Totally.
Total for Dennis Kosa.
Oh, there.
And has a funny bit here say we are mo.
How many bad? Oh, how many bad? Amunim. Adena make an amunim. Yes, amunim tino. Amu better as simple kla.
Enti unya opportunity o. We person ka has be sign.
Oh, as our best sign of Friday. Oh, there. One any Portugal focus your first match. Oh, there, ma Ghana coach no. Unfani static. Unfani setting no. We be wonders. I'm a Ghana. I'm supporting him.
All right, so he's a Phobian, but he's going for Imoro Ibrahim because of the qualities he has as a footballer. So he said he doesn't want to be biased, but Imoro Ibrahim should make the trip to the 2022 FIFA World Cup with the Black Stars. So we are still asking Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Kosa, who was your favorite last season and will recommend him to be taken to the FIFA World Cup. Pacho, me makwa baba GhanaWeb TV so edi kan no team men are supporting Ghana.
Ghana, me pacho me support Kumasi Asante Kotoko.
And the Moje Ghana Premier League ne any jesema nsa.
Me pacho ne dan de man nakura any jesa.
Okay. And me bisa first edi kan no Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Nkrumah Kosa House of Folk. Mantie me now, mo bomb homebody inside defenders pa Ghana Premier League. No mo mienu no. One and the morning bo so weni.
About Molo Ibrahim, me kwa ma Molo Ibrahim.
We are Kotoko nti ana.
Na ni sa, I na ni sa, ba no cry ba akopɛ. No cry ba akopɛ. Make us be me Kotoko support and team me kwa ma me team. Ba me hwe no. Me hwe Molo Ibrahim na me hwe Dennis Kosa. Me hwe Molo Ibrahim ball boy no. Enye bi na Dennis Kosa boy. Nti me kwa ma Molo Ibrahim.
Okay. Nti e ba say recommend ba ko dey fa no ko World Cup a why na be fa no.
Ba me na me kwa ma Molo Ibrahim.
Na the Dennis Kosa there yemfa nsi baby pra.
Wonu de yemfa nsi nchei.
Enti me do wie no yam was September has any Kotoko mbebo Ghana Premier League Super Cup. Why na ohia obewin.
Never has the small minds here.
But so already now no has a shower asho aje President Cup.
I say so asho mo so aje Ghana League.
Okay.
And then draw.
All right, so Imoro Ibrahim for him, and he's also happy that his club Talkertainment ended the Ghana Premier League season as champions. Imoro and Dennis Kosa, omumi no last season why na the performance no so any pa.
Oh, sa Imoro. Oh, no. Sa brand here no. So e na hwe na ball ba. and I say all the compare Ghana Blaster the day you need or more Jordan you ma ono no sabo fla no no a guy no no woni ball bokra since the day you need but I say one tia say Blaster or more ankasa na I say omo kan the patient ya no one day yeah I say and I team so mo yer say busia yeah
inti imoro ni Dennis Kosa say we recommend back na dey call work up why na be recommended
oh me dey imoro na me dey ono na me check
ade back be na hu imoro one emane the performance no e so ni pa
oh ono na brante we obi a ana hu odin e na balls wo ka no ho ode no ho shebo ono na pokro we o sipo what you say this as coach na say mutima amani kon ho na ya dey amutimi pushing it to because brante no ho odin e na we dey wo ka no ho obo what you say yeah o ka no ade say awojina ma okotokwa ya mo nhwe so hu ti abrante ne de obi a okeka no ho bom sa we omo gina mu sa Blaster no sa de da you ni sa joda you no omo mo hwe no emi hu se omo ya de
nti omo fa Imoro
oh yeah omo fa ne de e fa me shima me so
Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Kosa, who was the better player in the 2021-22 Ghana Premier League Eddie kan Ghana also body team
Kotoko.
Who supported Kotoko? Until last season, more team ni say.
Oh, team ni dey na gina na so pa.
O shabo amo boy Africa amo kwe ebeyi.
Me wo vim se beyi.
Ebeyi. Until o are shame say Kotoko betumi do group stages.
Me gidi pa.
Some be do group stages. Okay. Imoro and Dennis Kosa. Omo mienu no hwana ne modern mo pass so anima.
Me say me Kotoko ni de Kotoko nipa na meyi no.
Nti say has ni mbokra na Kotoko ni na.
Kotoko ni am pede de ono an metusu.
But has for no ka so omo mienu omo hia e wa Accra no. Oh, Dennis Kosa energy man of the match.
Oh, say no de say eno de metimi aka say Robin in the bam say me na mo park obi.
Okay.
Nti ya de bi say bia every say etimi age na league na just say omo so pekwan omo so anim ebebanyam ade abo team no say ni nyina bedi a won mo ayesa rewo beba ntim dem gidi say Kotoko nipa na am dem mechu so amana.
All right, so he said that he's going to be a little bit biased here. So far as he's a Kotoko fan, there is no way he will choose Hasselfolk player over Imoro Ibrahim. And then the best player that Kosa won in the Ghana Premier League Super Class in March, I think that there is some kind of manipulation. That is why Dennis got the award. Imoro ni Kosa, I say for being called up and now. O pese ye de nbeko
me fa Kosa
be fa Dennis Kosa mo ba won fa Imoro. All right, so you heard him. Let me hear from you in the comment section. Imoro ni Dennis Kosa, why now we enjoying pa
Imoro Ibrahim
we enjoying is it because we are Kotoko fans?
Oh, there be nyesha ba in football no aspect ni na account both defending and attack ni na and I hear Imoro nso a going for it oyade and defending so oyade and also with my contribute to goals kakra or besha abuati nti you know no I think say Imoro oyade
but omo defending Dennis Kosa no or say free kick so Dennis Kosa so ni mo yeah but on ka say defender there we juma ni say obey dey we be defending se ba na no dia omo ebe kwama Dennis Kosa also
football change. It's not defenders first and all about defending, but football now are changing. Defenders can also attack. What I say, and say even now football and they start attack from defend. What I say, who will say Mora? Wait me creative. I think say good. To me the Moro.
It's a advanced recommendation. Yemfa left back who Ghana and Power Cup.
Imoro. Imoro.
Ghana your cup no sha. Ebeko say.
Group stage no sure say bit ma akwa enim kakra but knockout stages na mention that. But group stages there. Ghana will call.
Then Davidson say has player back who Dennis Kosa. Any Kotoko Imoro Ibrahim. Why any bobo?
What Tiasembia Oka? Yes, a Kotoko. Timu baby. We are there, cry Kotoko for na, Croya, hey, has for bomb ba number that ben adia yes obi the samoyiku eh samoyiku kura say any idea wo ba oba any say empero no ye gya no ma
wo ya sure sammo
me na come tell o ba yembe me na come tell
okay inti imoro any Dennis Kosa no
oba ko animu an
ye do mo tun se ni a wan na obefa no
wan wo se wan
imoro kotoko Dennis Kosa has
kotoko na me dey me say
to obi obo has bi animbo
hey upe kura be fam ko kotoko me was supporters me the free abonti me the free upa fa no ko has o biro kwan o mo just kura mo timi nto just 3 million mo timi nto just 3 million kotoko just 5 million be to hey Beboa
okay mami sa we just no obi kotoko just obi
aha edom
okay oh the bi sounds obi
na me bia wolala me bia ka ba check na we wolala if I'm mana bo chara no fo ya ha ya ne ya wa two feeling hey kotoko ni bia ya dey boy guy kotoko ni bia ni ate me na am kira o buso ono so ya we na wo ya we
Alright, so he is not even interested in the debate at all. To him, so far as Imoro Ibrahim plays for Asante Kotoko, he is automatically better than Dennis Nkrumah Kosa of Accra Hasefo. Me know you know, say you call World Cup, you can't recommend it. Player bako na Otuado and finding call World Cup Okata. Imoro Kotoko, any Dennis Kosa has. Why not over recommending?
Now we hear me am here John. Obi am Kotoko me choose where we dey me na
it over just so.
Me see
mom supporter has in John ana.
Enya ne John say mom supporter has here John. Ye chirem a ye chirem. Ma me kan asem nkyerɛw. Team dey ye team wo mo am woni nye. Kotoko has the forward ball cry ye nhwe. Omo kuro me obo ne so ye nhwe. Kokoma so ko hwe. Mi ya fambo yo the for studio fambo yo 2. Obe kwa stadium obe we are.
Okay, so you heard him. He's not interested in the debate or to go into the specifics of what the two players bring to the table, but he is automatically going for Imoro Ibrahim of Asante Kotoko. Let me also hear from you in the comment section. Rivalry is one of the biggest commodity you need to promote your league and other football games. We hope that the driving rivalry between Imoro Ibrahim and Dennis Nkrumah Kosa will be able to at least ginger fans to go to the stadium and watch the Ghana Premier League. Between the two, Imoro and then Dennis Kosa, who was the better player last season? And if you are supposed to recommend a player for the World Cup, who will it be? Share it with me on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching this episode and staying with us. My name is Joel Leshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Morning, how are you doing? We are going on a trip. We are back again, Charlie. So I am going on a trip together with two YouTubers, for I'm going to be meeting them for the first time. And today I decided to pack with you. This is my backpack I'm going to be using. We're going to spend just a day or two. So as you can see, I don't have much. But of course, since I'm packing with you, let's see what's going inside my bag. I have here my backpack, which I've had for some time now, and a fanny pack, which I would keep my money and my few things I will need handy, so I don't have to go into this bag. So I'm going to start with the shoes. Since I'm not wearing shoes, we are going by public transport, so I would want to wear slippers to be very comfortable. So I'm going to start with the shoes. Then next is clothes, more clothes. I have here just shorts, my nightwear, some extra clothes, which is going to go in first. Since my things are not a lot, I'll just be packing them inside. Cause then I have here face towel, which I'll use one for my face, one for my body, because I don't want to carry a very big towel. And I have here a bag, a mini bag, which I'll use to carry my things if I leave my backpack in the hotel. So this is it. I have here 2 bikinis because a girl who doesn't know which of them she would want to use. When I get there and I feel like I need something more colorful, I go for the orange. If I need something more calm, then I can go for the white. So I carry 2 bikinis. I have here my hiking clothes. I took 2 just in case I don't feel like wearing this. I can wear this for another day. So 2 hiking clothes, because where we are going is going to require seeing a waterfall and hiking. So guys, hit me in the comment section. Where do you think I am going with 2 ladies? Let me know in the comment section. Before we get there, let me know in the comment section. So yeah, I have here my stuff. One thing I like about this backpack is the fact that you can carry as many clothes as possible. You just have to keep pushing them. When you fold them well, you can use this bag for a week. Like, things that it's going to serve you for a week can enter this bag. That's one thing I like about this bag. It's time for my toiletries. Inside my toiletry bag is deodorant, body cream, hair cream, girly things, toothbrush, Pepsodent, perfume, sponge. This is the African sponge. This is the kind of sponge you use. If you haven't seen this sponge before, it's very common in Africa. We use this and it's been very fine over the years. So we don't really use foam. This is what we use. I'm sure some of you that are not used to the African style is going to come for me. But yeah, this is the typical African sponge. I have here my coconut oil, which I poured because the container is so big. These are some few things I got from the hotel I was staying before, like the conditioner, which I'll use for my hair just in case I wet my hair. Then sewing kit. This is very easy. Like the one I have, I always have to put it into something, but this is like easy to carry. So yeah, I'm taking this, which I got from a hotel when I was in South Africa. Then shoe mitt, just to clean my shoes if it's dirty. So that's it inside my little, and soap, bathing soap. So this is what is inside my toiletry bag. And the reason why I kept them all in a bag is I don't want a situation where I would be struggling to look for a particular thing. So everything goes into this bag, Then of course my panties. That's my panties. Then we are currently in the rainy season. The rain started last month, June, so we are currently in the rainy season, so it's very advisable to carry umbrella. I got this umbrella at a friend's engagement. So yeah, talk about being a travel content creator. Of course I have to pack my my filming gears. Number 1 is my power bank. I always don't forget my power bank, because in case I find myself in a place where there is no light, at least I can charge my phone. Even if my camera is off, at least my phone should be on always. One thing I always don't forget is a fully charged power bank. I have here my bandage just in case I get hurt. Since I'm going hiking, I have this. Oh, I forgot to take my medication, so I'm going to take painkillers and then deep spray just in case I get hurt or anyone gets hurt. So this is my this can go in on the side. I'm going to pack my drone. This is my drone. This is the drone I use. It's a mini drone. So yeah, in case you are wondering if it's the same drone that crashed in South Africa, yes, it's the same drone that crashed in South Africa. I got it repaired. I have here my chargers, which I'm going to keep in my bag and keep the head in my backpack. GoPro batteries, which I'm using now. These are my GoPro batteries. Remember I told you it's a rainy season, so this is for my phone case, just like waterproof phone case, just in case it's raining and I still want to use my phone. I can use this, so I carry this just in case. I don't want to be surprised by the rain because this weather. And I have here more chargers, and of course the most important thing, this thing came very handy when I went to SA, because SA's socket is different from our socket. Ours is the 3-pin, but they use a different kind of pin. Even in Cote d'Ivoire, Cote d'Ivoire's style is very different. It's a round, which is not very common. Something very handy. I got this from Banana at Accra Mall, so yeah, you can get yours. So yeah, and of course my AirPods. And I carried, for safety, I carried knife, and it has everything, scissors, everything, and a torchlight, because maybe I don't know where I'll find myself in the evening. So this will go into my handbag. I'm going hiking, I'm carrying my water bottle. I would get water, I'll fill it with water, Then, of course, I have to carry my purse and money, which I always say that anytime you're traveling, you're going to spread your money across. So, I have budgeted 500 cedis for this trip. And one thing you should also know is, in Ghana, there are some places that you have to carry cash, because imagine finding yourself in like the remote of places and you think your card will work. Please, just carry cash. So I'm going to spread my cash all over. One is going to be somewhere, one is going to be somewhere, just in case something doesn't go right. At least I won't find myself that stranded. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do with my cash. The last thing is to carry my shades. Should I go in for this or I hope you enjoyed this short pack with me, and yeah, so I'm ready for the trip. Let's go. So meet my friends. Hi. So you see, girls and timing, they are always late. I told them to meet me at the station at 9, and guess what? It's 10:25. Sorry, guys, let's go. Yeah. So we are going to catch the bus. Traffic. No, that's no excuse. I am sorry. So we are currently at the Madina station to pick a Hohoi bus. Another option to get a bus to Hohoi is Accra main station, and the closest was Madina. This cost us 72 Ghana cedis each. Stop at this place where you can go pee at the back here and then buy hot oven bread. Is a very popular bread here around. I think around Koforidra and all that.
Oh my god, this journey has just been so stressful. No place to rest my head. But it's been fun. I've been enjoying seeing a lot of things. A lot of mango trees.
And then and then the landscapes. We saw a lot of landscapes.
It's so beautiful. Like I was feeling those mango plantations. Like I wanted to sleep, but I'm like, it's so beautiful. Don't sleep, just look around you.
So I haven't really used this route before. Anytime I come, I go towards the Volta region. I use the other side from Tema.
Yes.
Yes. But this route they use through Dodowa, which I think is not bad. So we are currently at Antikoku. We are going to cross the Adome Bridge. I mean, I know you all have seen it several times, but if you haven't, you get to see it again. So I got myself Sophie So we're currently at Hohoi station and it's raining. It's been raining for some time. And so we're going to get another vehicle. We are just about 15 minutes to the waterfall. So we're going to get another car. Yeah. We got a loading taxi from Hohoi station to our hotel, which is close to Buli Waterfalls. All we needed to do was to just ask the people around. One thing about Ghana is everybody is willing to help, so you don't have a problem when it comes to directions. So we paid 15 Ghana cedis each for the taxi. One other gentleman joined us, and the taxi driver was such a cool man. It's easy to get a loading taxi once you're out of the city. So guys, I'm having a discussion with the taxi driver. He says Buli Waterfalls is still part of Volta region, of course. It's not OT. So which part is like the OT?
Yes, so from Likpe going to The other side is for OT. It's part of OT, but then from Blake down to Fodome to Ohwe is part of Volta region.
Wow. So I thought I was going to OT region. I'm sure you all know by now. But then it happens we are still in the Volta region. So we are finally here at the Blue. It's very close to Blue Waterfalls, and this is where I'm going to be spending. In fact, we are going to be spending a night. So let's see how the place. So this is going to be our room for the night, and it comes with a double bed, and I asked for an extra bed, so I think this is where I'm going to sleep. So this is how it looks like. Let's see the bathroom, and yeah, such a simple place. Oh, the bathroom is really spacious. This is how it looks like. This is gonna be our night. Our room for the night. Yeah, so yeah, super excited. Do you like the place?
Yeah.
So was it a good choice?
Yes. We have 2 ladies and 1 snake. The snake will be sleeping on the floor.
That's me. So yeah, I think their rooms are very affordable. That room costs 220 cedis, and the place is very serene. And the fact that it's close to Blue Waterfalls, that's one of the things. That's the reason why I like the place. So yeah, I hope you are enjoying my vlog so far. How the place looks like. It's quite a beautiful place, very green. Dinner just came. I ordered banku and tilapia, and she's having jollof and tilapia. You're already eating with her cat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning from the Woolly Heights Hotel, and this is how it looks from here. Very serene. It rained yesterday. I already mentioned that it's in a rainy season. We are going hiking. And of course you all are coming along. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here now. And I'm waiting for the girls. I'm always the earliest person. Like, I think I'm the only one used to like waking up early, finishing up. The rest are like doing their face, they're doing this, doing that. This is my outfit for today. And yeah, so let's go have breakfast, and yeah, that will be the end of this vlog. And in my next vlog, I'm going to share my experience with the Blue Waterfalls. I'm hoping to hike to the upper falls, so expect that in my next video. I love you. So our breakfast is ready, complimentary breakfast. And this is the girls, and they are there taking pictures. Hi Vanessa. Hi baby. Hi darling. So yeah, we are going to have breakfast and leave. So guys, let me know in the comment section which part of this hotel do you like. I personally like the fact that it's so green and it's very close to my final destination, which is the Blue Waterfalls. So you're all invited. Let me know in the comment section which place of this hotel you like. You're all invited.
Come with that sleeping.
Vanessa didn't sleep. What happened? What went wrong?
See, my system is very terrible. If I'm outside my house, I think my body knows I'm outside. So I'll be like sleep deprived. And normally I'm like in night crawler, so I sleep very late.
I think when I find myself, I'm used to finding myself at different places and sleeping. I try to sleep. I try to sleep because I know I have a long day today.
I was having difficulty sleeping also because the good lady was on
let me
TikTok.
know in the comment section.
I wasn't on TikTok.
You were on TikTok.
I was on TikTok.
When you find yourself at a new place, can you sleep on the first night? Let me know in the comment section. Obviously, I'm going to explore Blue Waterfalls in my next video. So yeah, this is the place. Look at me. Behind me is a mountain and I'm super excited. I hope you enjoyed watching today's vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you. You're my favorite person. It's good to be back. It's good to be vlogging and exploring beautiful places in Ghana. I've been here several times, and of course I don't mind taking you all along again and again. Until next time, I want to say I love you. Mwah. This is my favorite region. Come, let's go. So meet my friends
Ondiro
and
Vanessa.
And guys, we are going hiking. I'm paying 90 cedis. So you pay more if you are going to go to the upper falls. So the lower falls is how much? 15 cedis. Oh. Waterfalls is the highest waterfall in Ghana and the tallest in West Africa. It's locally called Agumacha, which means allow me to flow. It's located in the Volta region, about 4 hours drive from Accra.
45 minutes to the lower falls.
Okay.
And we're crossing 9 bridges on the way. And Evely Falls is the highest waterfalls in West Africa. And we are if we talk about the height, we are the 3rd highest waterfalls in the world. If we talk about the big or the size of it, we are the 4th biggest waterfalls in the world. We have the 1st highest waterfalls in the world. It is in Venezuela, called Angel Falls. Then we have the Victoria Waterfalls between Zimbabwe and Zambia. Then we have 3 waterfalls over here. But if we talk about the biggest one, we are the 3rd. We are the 4th. Because we have the Niagara Falls between America and Canada. Very big, very
wide, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have again we go to the Angel Waterfalls and come to the Victoria Waterfalls. So if you talk about the height, we're the 3rd. You talk about the size
width.
Then we are the 4th in the world. And the height of the lower falls is 143 meters.
Okay.
Not above the sea level because we are already at the top. You know? If you watch the Ghana map or you study Ghana map very well, it starts from here all the way from the north down to the coast. So we are already at the top. Yeah, and both waterfalls is having a swimming pool which you can swim inside. And at the lower falls we have the fruit bat, 1,000+ of them hanging on the rocks over there. A lot over there. And then when you go into the upper falls, it's hiking. And I'm going to sweat a lot like pregnant fish. I always say this. Yeah. So when you go into the upper falls, you'll be taking a lot of pictures as
we go.
Yeah, as we go.
For somebody who has been here several times, this place doesn't get boring. And it's in the rainy season, so this is the best time to even come. The whole place is green. How long have you been doing this, Wisdom? Anyway, guys, this is our tour guide. Can't you see how handsome he is? He's called Wisdom.
Yeah.
And Wisdom, how long have you been doing this?
9 years now.
9 years now.
Yeah.
Wow. And guess what? We are all in sneakers. This is my shoe. And look at him. He is wearing slippers. Why are you wearing slippers? Oh, you're used to it.
Yeah, first of all, I'm used to it.
He's comfortable with the slippers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's go. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm gonna test, like, this is where I become a Kenyan. This is where my Kenyan genes come through. I have to show the Ghanaian and the Nigerian that Kenyans are runners.
All right.
I am representing a whole country.
I like the energy. I like the energy, Vanessa.
I'm the Nigerian. I'm the lazy one, guys.
Okay.
I'm excited about the waterfall, but not about the hiking part.
Okay, let's go.
It's about to be exciting.
Yay! So the place has changed. This is a recreational facility here for kids, for sitting. This is the second bridge. So we are going to use another route. There are so many routes to the upper falls. We are going to use one of these routes, and yeah, this is how it looks. This is like a small trail from here, and I really like the sound. Guys, listen closely.
It's so calming. It has
So,
a calming effect. Oh
you
my
know,
God.
it's
really
so
excited.
calm, relaxing, and yeah.
Turmeric.
Turmeric.
Yes, I know turmeric.
This is turmeric.
This is turmeric plant?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So guys, this is what.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh turmeric.
Yeah.
I'm taking this
I'll
home.
need it.
Okay.
I put all of them.
Very,
We
very,
call
very.
it tear gas.
This is pepper. This is a young one.
Very, 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 very hot.
It's not
And-
young, go. This is ripe already.
It's not ripe. It's
And this one is not planted by anybody, by the
why?
birds,
Okay.
by animals. Yeah. Very, 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 very. Hey,
Very
don't joke.
spicy.
Don't joke. Don't joke with it.
So we've really started hiking. We keep going higher and higher and higher. And yeah, the trails are so beautiful. The fact that you get to see so many vegetables, fruits, and yeah, this is a palm tree. So we have sticks to help us. Here, take one. And this is what we are going to be using.
So they give us walking stick.
It's not easy at all.
Oh my goodness.
We are now starting, and it feels as though this is the view from here. How do you feel?
Good.
She says she feels good. Let's go, guys. This is our first rest stop,
Don't follow.
and the view here is so beautiful.
Get here. Just raise it like this. Go down.
So take this up, and yeah, there we go.
Nigeria cannot carry last. The Kenyan is the last one.
The Kenyan who's not even using a stick. The Kenyan who's not sweating. The Kenyan who's taking their videos. This lady's okay. Okay.
Just to the top. Then
So
the top.
we are almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. And then the rest are not difficult again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stella.
About some 10 minutes walk are not difficult. From here, it's difficult to get to the top over there. But the rest, about 10 minutes walk is not difficult. Then from there, if you still have the capacity, then you start the rail.
Wow, this is amazing.
It's amazing.
Just look at the view behind me.
Oh my goodness, I'm seeing this for the first time.
Yeah?
Since I've just been looking for
This is so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Very breathtaking.
Oh.
Is this worth it? A big yes. We are almost there. So, yeah. This is the view. Because look at the distance we've been able to cover. We came from the town here and we've been walking up the mountain. And now we are here. Cheers, guys! Hey! Time for a water break. Cheers, guys. I needed this that much. I could drink water all day here. The view is breathtaking, and the fact that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. I love it here. I'll encourage everyone, anytime you come to Blue Waterfalls, don't only go to the lower falls, climb up. Because, yeah, if you're a hike person, this is a must. So after an hour hike, we made it to the first upper fall, but we couldn't continue to the upper falls because we were all tired. The upper falls is going to take another extra 1 hour 30 minutes to get there, depending on how fast we are. We couldn't make it. We just had to stop here and enjoy the view. We are heading back to the lower falls, which is going to take another hour, depending on how fast we go. So guys, we are currently descending back. I really like the atmosphere here. The place is so beautiful. So if you are a really hike person, you can go to the upper falls. This is like the first upper fall. There's another upper falls where you see the shorter waterfall, and then you can swim. But we are not so much of a hiker, so this is where we ended up, and the place is so beautiful. If you can't do the upper, I encourage you to do what we did. It is stressful, but not that stressful. You can do it. I did it. You can do it. So let's go back and head back to the waterfall. I hope you're excited. I hope you're enjoying this vlog. Let me know so far if you're enjoying this video. Let's go.
I can help you guys now.
So we are descending, and I've decided to take you guys along. The view is, I just keep saying, the view is breathtaking. The view is. Let's go, guys. Let's go. This is also a cassava plant, if you haven't seen some before. Yeah.
This is coffee.
This is coffee?
Yep.
Oh, this is how it looks like?
Yep.
Oh, is it matured enough?
Yeah, but when it's ready to pluck, then it will turn to something like bread.
Bread. Oh, okay. So for all the coffee lovers, here you go.
Okay, this is coffee. Yeah.
Ah, I'm not really a coffee person, so you won't get me on that.
The smell of coffee.
You heard the smell of coffee?
Yeah.
Ah. waterfalls, and it's so beautiful. So I'm changing into my bikini. You guys remember this bikini? I rocked it in Bali. So I'm here about to take some pictures and enjoy nature. Come along, let's go. And oh, mind you, the water is so cold. It's so cold. Even though this is the best time to come, it's also so cold. Able to fly the drone here. It kept giving me bad signal. So yeah, this is Blue Waterfalls and I love it here. Woo! But guys, this is not a swimmable waterfall, and there are a lot of rocks here, so you might as well as come here with your rock shoes. It's time to go back, and it's going to take another 30 to 40 minutes more, depending on how fast you go. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. So all too soon, we are heading back to where we started. And yeah, this is the first bridge we have just crossed. 8 more to go. Catch you on the other side. How many? Oh, that's the second one. Oh, so we have 6 more to go. Yeah. Brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I'm done. I had some mangoes. I also have here some boiled granite, and yeah. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comment section which part you enjoyed most. Until next time on my next video, I love you all from the Volta region. Mwah.
I'll tell you why I'm excited in a short while, but welcome to this episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu, and as you can tell, I'm not your regular host. I'm sitting in for Wanda Ami Hagan, and that's because we just ambushed an interesting guest who we are going to speak to shortly. Ibrahim Mahama is an artist, not the Ibrahim Mahama you know, not the brother of the former president of Ghana. No, this is Ibrahim Mahama, the artist. We're going to understand all the interesting bits about the person he is as Ibrahim Mahama, and we'll do that shortly. So how about you join us? Let's hear the story of this philanthropist, this amazing artist who sold Ghana to other parts of the world, and also, of course, placed Ghana also on the world's map. Welcome once again to this week's People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's take you into the story now. So welcome again to People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm going to read out something. This is very, very interesting profile. It says, third most influential African, owns 6 aircrafts from the sale of his artwork, is a founder and director for the Savannah Center for Contemporary Art, Tamale, amongst others.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, are these all true about you?
Yes, they are.
That's such an interesting profile, short as it may seem like. And I'm standing, if I may say, in front of a billionaire.
Oh.
Is that a good or an accurate description of the kind of person you are?
Oh no, for me, I think wealth is about redistribution. Yeah. If you are able to make money off the living that you have, at least it should be able to influence the lives of other people. Yeah. So for me, it's always been very important to rechannel the capital that I raised through my work in order to be able to create spaces that can influence at least a younger generation. So that thing, for me, that's where the wealth is in. Yeah.
But is it true that you sold an artwork for $1 million?
Yeah, even more, like in the last couple of years, because as artists, we earn money through our work, through different things. Either we're teaching abroad, or we're working on exhibition projects, or we're producing commissions for museums around the world, or things like that. Yeah, but for me, the question is, how does that really reflect on the system here, the creative art system?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where, for me, the question is. If you have $1 million sitting in your bank account, what does it do? Nothing, you know. But if you create an institution which can influence the next generation of, let's say, creatives or whatever, then you're creating more wealth in the future. So, or even much greater wealth. So for me, that is where the thing really lies.
You spoke about institutions and all that. We'll come to a lot of all those things. But your name, Ibrahim Mahama, are you not confused with the other Ibrahim Mahama that we know, this, the brother of the former president of Ghana? Have you ever had such encounters?
Well, actually, interestingly enough, for the first time we met today.
Oh, today?
Just today. Just for the first time we met.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but
how did that go for you? 2 Ibrahim Mahamas meeting?
It was interesting. I think that he's one of the most generous people I've ever met, and we had such beautiful conversation. You know, I don't necessarily think, you know, sometimes people always confuse. I think the problem is that because he's known to be Ibrahim Mahama, the brother of John Mahama, and also like being rich, a lot of people don't really take time to know him as a person, the person that he is, you know. So today when I met him, it wasn't so long, but at least you really get a glimpse of someone in terms of their honesty and all that. I thought it was actually quite interesting. And people always confused, because I've traveled to places, slept in hotels and all that, and people who were working in the hotels thought I was Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. And I always said, just call me Ibrahim Mahama. Okay. When you see him, you can call him Mr. Ibrahim Mahama.
Well, we'll precede yours, or we'll add the artist part to your name. You mentioned the other Ibrahim Mahama. We might get the opportunity to speak to him some other time, but let's get to know you. What's your story? Where were you born? Where did you grow up? Who is Ibrahim Mahama, the artist?
Yeah. Well, it's such a simple story. I was born in Tamale in 1987, June 20th.
Okay.
And I come from a very big family. Part of my family migrated to Accra to live with my mom and my immediate siblings. And yeah, so from 1989, I guess, lived in Accra, went to various schools, mostly Catholic schools. Secondary school, decided to do arts, so went to Pope John Secondary. and then afterwards KNUST, pursued art again till I was done. I did painting and sculpture in the undergrad, and I met some people that really influenced my thinking, like some of our professors, caricature and so on. And right after school, I did my service at the Autism Center in Accra.
Okay.
And after that, I said, during that period, I said, oh, I would really love to go back to school immediately, you know. It was around the time that the government was beginning to cancel this idea of supporting students, like the subsidy for students at the tertiary level. So when I started my master's, the amount of money that we paid for the fee, it was low. It was, I think, my 2 years in KNUST doing my master's, if I can accumulate everything with the bursary and everything, I paid almost like $200 for my entire master's degree, okay. Whereas people are paying like 100,000 in New York and other places. So for me, that was very important. And then subsequently decided to go and do my PhD. But between that time, I had an opportunity to do exhibitions in London, and then that took off, and then I
We'll get to London, we'll get to all the other big places. You quickly mentioned the kind of upbringing and all that. Are you the kind of child that we can describe as having been born with a silver spoon, whether it was a golden spoon? I don't know what kind of spoon you were born in your mouth. Because if we look at your life today, someone will wonder, are you one of those sport kids? You just mentioned you were born in Tamale, but are you one of those quote and unquote sport kids?
No.
Would you consider yourself one?
Not at all. I was a very gentle kid, actually, very relaxed. I wasn't wild as a child at all. Yeah, not at all. So the thing is that my father is such a strict man, so there was no child in our family that could be a spoiled child. And also my father, though, when we were growing up, he was quite well-to-do, but he was also very interested in how he could take care of the general larger family. So he would spend a lot of his money actually educating children, like creating, like supporting institutions and things like that. And I think I learned quite a lot from that. So you can't be spoiled when you grow up in a family like that. So for me, I think I rather learned to be humble and modest from it.
That's interesting. Yeah. I know that you have been able to learn a lot of these things, like you just rightly said, from your father. Yeah. I just want to know, how does it feel like when you look back at your life and all the things that you might have learned, the places you've been up to this point? Do you think that there are any major or significant things about your growing up years that informed the kind of thing you do today?
Well, I think my Kumasi, if I would say,
when you were in university,
was the most significant point in my life. I will say that every time I talk, I always mention Kumasi, because the kind of people that I met at the university, both professors and also colleagues, were so important and pivotal to my thinking. You know, you meet people who are thinking more about the future than the present, or people who are concerned about the past and thinking about how we can make informed decisions that can influence, let's say, the shape of the future and things like that. So Kumasi, like in terms of studying, like in the Department of Painting and Sculpture, and meeting people like Kisi Edubuafo or Caricature or George Amprechun, Dorothy and others, or my colleagues Bernard Akwe Jackson and Selam Kuji, who were very interested in theory or interested in new responsible ways of thinking or working. That is one of the things that has been lost for a long time within the creative art industry, because sometimes people think it's all about talent. Oh, I can make good music, I can make hits, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it comes flat, because if it cannot evolve the society and also allow for a lot more people coming into it to be responsible. Because you and I, if we belong to an industry, we should be able to take responsibility for it, or to be able to do things that somehow reshape it. And for me, Kumasi was a gift in a way. I don't know what would have happened, and maybe we have to thank Kwame Nkrumah for somehow really believing
giving us KNUST.
Yes, KNUST.
All right, the story about Ibrahim Mahama is only starting now. We're going on a short break. Enam is going to bring us a segment we call Facts About Ghana. When we come back, we'll continue this story with Ibrahim Mahama, the artist.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. The first European settlement on the Gold Coast was the Portuguese in 1471. They came to the country purposely for increased trade and eventually acquired slaves and gold in trade for European goods such as metal knives and guns, among others. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from that short break. We're still here with our guests for this week's episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, Wanda Amihagan. Our guest is Ibrahim Mahama. Ibrahim, yes. Now let's get to understand your work. How long have you been doing arts?
I think actively since 2014, like internationally. But I was making art as a student at the university.
That appears like a short time, but you've made such a huge impact in that short time.
Yes, yeah. Sometimes I even wonder, like when I look back into the trajectory of my work, it looks like I've been working for such a long time, but it's only been 8 years now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you remember that first artwork you did?
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Well, when I was in secondary school, I was always very much interested in like experimentation, things like that. So I remember I used to make these plaster casts of like people's bodies, like faces or things like that. Later on at the university, that's what I would have developed. That's what I developed then onto like making these like huge public monuments and installations and things like that. It always felt so good to be able to produce a work of art that wasn't very conventional. At least within the context of Ghana, when you made a work like that, we're like, but this thing, what are we going to do with it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but for me, that was what was interesting, yeah. Yeah.
That was your first work?
Yes.
Today, you've sold how many artworks? Can you remember?
I can't really recount, but there have been quite some good works that I've sold to museums through my galleries and all that, museums around the world. But then again, I also keep a greater part of the works that I produce as an artist, because I would want the history and the legacy of my work to be in this country, so that at least young people who are growing up and also children who are going to be born in the future wouldn't have to struggle too much to think about the work, the legacy of an artist's work outside his home country. Yeah.
Okay. But how about that artwork? Because you are known for the art. What was that artwork that put you on the global stage?
In 2015, there's an arts exhibition that happens in Venice every 2 years. It's called the Venice Biennial. The Ghanaian architect David Ajayi, who's working on the cathedral, he was an architect working on that project at the time with a friend of his, Okwin Wezo, who's this Nigerian curator, was based in Munich. That was the first time a black director had been invited to this exhibition, and it's like the World Cup. Ghana participated in it for the first time 3 years ago, which David Ajayi designed, and then we participated again this year with another architect together with Nano Furiata. But it was very important, this exhibition, because when you normally show in an exhibition like this, it's like the World Cup.
Yeah.
Everyone comes to see the best art from around the world. And there I was, a young student from KNUST. I was just barely finishing my master's, and I've been invited. And normally you are invited to that exhibition when you're at the peak of your career, or you're really doing something. But I was just a student, and I was the first Ghanaian who living and working in Ghana invited to this exhibition of 120 years. So it was a big deal. And I went there, and then I put up like the biggest artwork that had ever been shown in the exhibition. So everyone was like, but who is this guy from Ghana, blah, blah, blah. Like he came out from nowhere. So it was from then, it just,
skyrocketed.
Yes, skyrocketed, yeah.
And that artwork was which particular one? What was the name of that artwork?
The title of the work was called Out of Bounds.
It was
actually inspired by a work that I did in Kumasi at the railway, between, the old Edum, the police station. There's this old colonial bridge there.
Okay.
And then the urban roads also built a new one, I think with the Turkish government. So I wrapped those two in these jute sacks that I was working on in the beginning. And on the new bridge, they had written all these signs, out of bounds, out of bounds. And I thought that's a really beautiful title to use for this project in Italy, together with a book we published at the time with a friend of mine, Osebonsu. So we just took the idea from Kumasi, out of bounds, from the market,
all the way to Venice?
and then all the way to Venice, and then that was what my career started from.
It's interesting. You have a unique choice for the materials you use for your artwork. Why do you go for things that are almost sport? You go for sack bags, jute bags. What's that motivation?
Because they are important things. They hold a lot of memory. We live in a society where people are very easy to discard things. You know, oh, if you use something, it's old, let's throw it away. Or this building is old, let's break it down and let's build a new one. But you forget that there are histories. As people are, buildings and objects also accumulate history. And you can transfer that history from a building to people.
Okay.
You know, so for me, I've always thought that it's important. So when I look for things, I want things that actually have certain histories that we can all go back and learn from, or be able to at least use in a very different way. So that's just the short of it. Yeah.
It's very interesting. I want us to know, you are a young man, no doubt about that. How many other young people, and how are you inspiring or motivating other young people to follow in the kind of things or the artwork that you do?
Well, I try to motivate and inspire other artists or mentor them from the university and also around. I always get emails and calls from artists younger who are working on project things. So how did you do this? Like, what can we do differently because of the way I think and work? Through the institution in Tamale, I've also employed younger artists to work with, so that we, at least in thinking, because there are people who maybe studied in from the same place that you came from. In the thinking, you want to be able to produce something that also can expand all of us, our collective thinking and things like that. The institution is also focused on like inspiring young people. So for instance, in the last 2 days, there's a young Ghanaian female pilot. Her name is Audrey Watson. She flies for Passion Air. She came to Tamale for a break, and then she was staying with us within the institution. And then we organized a workshop where we brought in students from high school, from primary schools and all that, where she spoke to them about her work as a pilot. We even went into the aircraft, and then she showed them how the instruments work and things like that. And aside that, also we go out of our way to fund buses that goes to communities and brings young people to the institutions for workshops, drone classes, and all kinds of robotics and all kinds of other things. It's really important that the work that we do helps to transform, let's say, the ideological values, mindset of another generation. That's the only way we can change this country for good. Yeah, so, yeah.
I'm asking this question for some of my colleagues in the newsroom, the ladies more especially. They want to know, are you married?
You see
what's your family life like?
I was just laughing like a killer right now.
Tell us, are you married?
Not yet, but now I'm going to get married. I think next year, the beginning of next year, I will get married.
Is it pressure?
No, it's not pressure.
Okay.
I met someone that
nice.
I really like, that I think that I'm going to settle with. So, I think it has to happen, because at some point, what's all of this work for?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you can share it with someone. And also, you know, the idea of being in a relationship is a struggle. Yeah, so for me, for a long time, I'd always put more energy into my work.
And especially for you, travel around a lot.
Exactly.
So having made this choice must have been... Okay.
Yeah, it's not an easy one, but then it's a necessary one.
Okay.
And it's an important one that should have happened a long time ago. Yeah, we are old men. Come on, we shouldn't be doing this at this point in time. You don't want to be 40 years old and now have children, you know. Yeah, so for me, it's very important that we do that, because when you also have children, when you put yourself in a family way and you have children, you can also inspire them, because if you're thinking and working within a certain manner, it means that you could also, even if you're adopting children or whatever, you can inspire, you can have someone close to you that you can somehow inspire one day that can also think. It doesn't mean they come to inherit your work or anything, but at least there are people who can be close to you that you can also influence. So I think it's very important that we do this.
Before we let you go, tell us what you think about the future. What do you think we can be doing to help the arts industry personally, and then for every one of us, what do you think we can all do to contribute to that?
Well, I think we have to take responsibility, simply. Because there are a lot of people within the industry who like to point fingers, like say, oh, but this is not happening, that is not happening. But you look at their work and realize that, oh, they are living and doing well from their work. So it's more or less about you realizing the significant potentials that exist within the industry. First, from within ourselves, as practitioners within the industry. Of course, there are a lot of people who don't have the opportunity to be able to earn as other people do within the industry. But once you earn a certain amount, I think that you should also think about how that earning can go a long way to influence or open up the industry. And secondly, also, I think it's also to the government and to the states, because they also have a greater part to play within this responsibility. I think there's so much rhetoric, and sometimes when a lot of young people take up roles to be responsible and do things, it sometimes rather feels like we're rather being punished, than being paid attention to and things like that. So it's very important that the government also is sensitive enough to realize the significant work that is being done by people around, and then contribute to it, and also create forum, like a young people's forum where people can contribute ideas, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to inherit the future. So what use is it if we cannot make any inputs into it or design things that would be beneficial to us and also those that come after us? So we all have a role to play, honestly, and we just have to learn to do it honestly and also with some sense of dignity.
Ibrahim, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. And this was just an ambushing of Ibrahim, and we're glad that at least he's been able to share some of his life skills, his life experiences with us. So thank you once again for joining us. And this has been People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. I've just been sitting in for your regular host, Wanda Mihegan. You can always catch more of our news and other stuff on GhanaWeb when you visit www.ghanaweb.com. Until the next episode, be safe.
That I'm going to have twins. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here at Tafi Atome in the Volta region, and I'm here to see the monkeys, and I know you're also excited just as I am. And so yeah, we just got here, we just made payment, and of course I'm taking you along. So come, let's go, let's see the monkeys, let's buy some banana, let's feed the monkeys, let's enjoy their time here. And this is one of the activities to do here in the Volta region. So I hope you enjoy, like and share. I love you. Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary is located about 3 hours 30 minutes drive from Accra. Before getting to the Monkey Sanctuary, we picked a bus from Hohoi, which cost us 15 Ghana cedis after seeing Wule Waterfalls. We alighted at a town called Logba and continue with a motorbike, which is 7 cedis. So yeah, all of us ready? For tour here, it costs 20 Ghana cedis for Ghanaians and 50 Ghana cedis for non-Ghanaians. And you also have to buy bananas, which cost us 5 cedis. We were told we need to tip the tour guide. So I'm super excited. He's going to get the banana because they're out of banana now. And yeah, so if you have your own bananas, bring them. If not, then you have to buy a banana from here, which is going to cost 5 cedis for all of us. So yeah.
Once again, welcome to Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary. And these particular monkeys are called Mona species or Mona monkeys. Yes, the reason being called Mona monkey is that when you take a critical look at their back, you can see two white dots at their back. That makes them different and unique from the other monkeys. And also they are into families, and we have 8 different families. And each family has its own territory and a leader. So sometimes when bananas are brought before the entire family, the leader, which is called Grandpa, he needs to eat and get food
before the children.
Before the children. All right. So aside this banana, they feed on pawpaw, mangoes, berries, and sometimes nutritious leaves in the jungle. Moreover, they don't bite, they don't scratch. Yes. So their relationship is limited to holding food. If you don't have food, no friendship.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is friendship by food. This is not fair.
Right. So today we had a lot of tourists, so they are full.
Most of them are full.
Yeah, most of them are full.
And we are late too.
We came late, so but I will make my possible best so that you can get them.
The big ones.
Yeah, the big ones.
Okay. So far, look at the little babies, the young ones. How old do you think they are?
Yeah, normally their lifespan is 36 to 40 years. That is their lifespan. But this one is 7 years old now.
How do you know? How do you know the age?
The face.
Isn't it? Yes, but I'm saying that, you see, consistency. Leader, sometimes. Very well. Yes, let me listen to a gender voice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every request for approval placed before Parliament would have to go through the consideration phase. So including that phrase in there would be superfluous.
Now, the amendment proposed by the minority leader, I believe, should read, where a request for exemption is to be placed before Parliament for approval, the contract should be accompanied with the following. So it's the request that's placed before Parliament for approval, and I think. Very well. Speaker, I see that some people are religious about language used in the Constitution. Then the word placed before Parliament, go to Article 171, 181, is laid before Parliament. So the word placed before Parliament be substituted for what is in the Constitution. That's what that's the romance the leader has with words. Laid before Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I just referred to Article 179, subclause 5. The estimate shall be laid before Parliament. So the word placed before Parliament be substituted for laid before Parliament. But I agree with the Honourable Minister for Communications improvement of my earlier rendition, except that I see the chairman is still fighting that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, let me listen to you. I will come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Also, there is reference to the act of presenting it to Cabinet and using Cabinet as a basis for requesting that the rendition in relation to Parliament should also be consideration. But it should be noted that Cabinet, under our Constitution, is not meant to approve transactions. You have amended it. Okay. So henceforth, let all drafters know that Cabinet under our Constitution is not a body meant to approve anything. They are supposed to assist the President. So let not anybody bring a document here that vests Cabinet with that power to approve or disapprove documents before they come to Parliament.
Yes, let me go to the chairman. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm reacting to the amendment made
first by the minority leader and supported by Honorable Stella Eku. Various requests come here for approval. Sometimes they come in the form of contracts. So you have an agreement in which you have a provision that so and so taxes are exempted. As we get into the bill, we would see that where there's such a contract, it's supposed to be accompanied by certain things. Now, you could also have a situation where it is not a contract, where it is maybe contained in a broad contract, but in accordance with 1742, you ought to bring a request, if you like, for a resolution. So that wouldn't be a contract. And the provisions under 6.3 would not apply because they wouldn't be contract. 7.3 is specifically dealing with exemptions that are contained in contracts. So we may not need the amendment suggested, otherwise we will lose the objective of this particular provision in the bill.
Clause
7.3.
Yes, leader. Mr. Speaker, the clause 5. Clause 5. Whatever is to come to Parliament, clause 5, 5.1, it's in the form of a request, whether it's contained in a contract or whatever. Whatever comes to Parliament, any application that comes to Parliament, is in the form of a request, which is what 5.1 provides. The power to the A, which is now going to be B, submit a request for the exemption to Parliament. And indeed, the 6.3, which is a sequel to 5.1, is indicating that whatever the form of exemption that is sought, it should come to Parliament via a request to Parliament from the Minister. So I agree to the rewording. It should just read where a request for exemption to be laid before Parliament for approval, the request shall be accompanied with so and so. So we can deal with that. And the request could be in any form, whether a contract or whatever. So, Mr. Speaker, can you give the rendition again?
Mr. Speaker, it should read where a request for an exemption is to be laid before Parliament for approval, the request shall be accompanied with, and then A, B, C, D, E, F.
Do you have any? Very well. So I'll.
Speaker, I'm now understanding the chairman. You know, in this parliament, when we are considering commercial contract agreement, like the Ministry of Road on Swami, inbuilt in that agreement will be a proviso of tax exemptions, which is a contract, like contract to do an interchange, Swami interchange. He knows why. Mr. Speaker, so the contract used here is a technical word that the chairman is referring to. To the extent that it's a technical word, we don't need to substitute it with request. It means that, and it's one of the leakages here, when they just bring agreement, those smugglers, pardon my word, tax exemption, then we grant all the exemptions under that contract. Then we blame Ministry of Finance. Yet, when you are approving the contract, you grant that tax exemption. So he is referring to contract as a technical term for this purpose. If that is it, then it can stand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, the rendition proposed by leader is very simple. A contract is a form of agreement. So instead of distinguishing between a contract, what do you call it, 1D, 1F, is it necessarily a contract? But we are actually approving tax exemptions for them. So the rendition by the leader, it makes it simple so that whatever request you make, whether it's a contract or an ordinary agreement, you go through this process. So we avoid the use of the word contract or agreement altogether. So leader's proposal, for me, makes it very simple and captures everything. You do not need to use the word contract in this particular rendition.
Very well. Now I'll put the question on sub-clause 3.
I thought the last point I heard from leader was to the effect that exemption should be request for exemption, but that we leave the contract. That was leader's final submission as I heard it. And at the risk of repeating myself, I'm saying that 1D, 1F, for instance, is not a contract. It's not a contract. It's just a request. Now, for that reason, the provisions under 6.3 would not apply. There are other provisions in this bill that would deal with those matters. What we're looking to cure by this, it's where exemption provisions are smuggled into agreements, and then those agreements are passed inadvertently by Parliament. This is what this is seeking to tackle, and I worry that if we mix it up with the general exemptions, we will lose the import.
Very well.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, number one, request is not defined in the bill. Request is not defined. So we may have to define it. Oh, why? We are using request as a technical term. So my proposal is that the provision should read, where a request for an exemption is laid before Parliament, so that request will be explained to include contracts, other policies and programs that come before the House.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think I first made this mission that we can do away with the word contracts. But upon reflection and given the explanation given by the chairman, there is something that I will explain subsequently to the Honorable Government Abuja, and you understand. So I guess we'll have the rendition where a request for an exemption is contained in a contract is to be laid before Parliament for approval. The contract shall be accompanied with, and then we move on. So I think that is a better rendition. Honorable Governors and Honorable Dafiamo, there is something that will explain to you subsequently behind the curtain.
Leader, let's get your rendition one.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition is where a request for an exemption is contained in a contract to be laid before Parliament for approval, the contract shall be accompanied with.
Very well.
And then,
So, honourable members, the proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3 by the majority leader, all those in favour of those amendments say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3 is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I can move on to my amendment for 6.5. Still 6.3?
We've done with 6.3. No. a new. But then we should have added it to the. Okay, let's hear you.
I think this is a very good opportunity if we really want to have a tax exemption regime that actually works. It will be important that the items on Dix 3 include a value for money audit report if the contract restricted was procured through a restricted procurement. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, what we do here, which is very wrong many of the times, is to, at the time of approving a contract, automatically grant a tax exemption and say that GRA and its agencies, that the things we are granting the exemptions on would be, the exemptions will take place. But if you are requesting that under a contract, all these things should be brought, at that time, then the sponsor should be able to come here with a value for money audit as an addition, so that when we are granting the exemption, we know that surely these items are part of it.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, so what the Honorable Kwame Agboje is seeking to do is to seek your leave to add a new sub-clause as J, which should read a value for money report of the contract, a value for money report of the contract. You don't even need to add a contract, so you just add a new sub-clause G to read value for money report. Then it's enough. You don't need to explain it. The contract must be accompanied by a VFM report. If that is acceptable, that's what they're seeking to do. Mr. Speaker, I have a small one I want to bring to Chairman's attention. 3E. The word implications, if you have no objection, it should be substituted for impact. The impact of the exemption on programmed revenue, not implications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, let's deal with leaders' proposal to substitute impact with implications. That's E. So if it is acceptable, then I'll put the implication with impact. So all those in favor of that amendment to clause 6 sub clause 3E, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to substitute implication with impact is hereby carried. Now we come to the addition, the proposed addition by Honourable Kwame Agboje.
Yes, there's a reason we should add if the contract was procured through a restricted method, because if the contract was done through competitive bidding, there will be no need for value for money audit. If you do an open tender, you will not need value for money at the time of procurement. Is only required when you use restricted method of procurement according to the Public Procurement Act. So if you were to bid for the construction of this building and you use traditional method, you open bid and people quoted their figure, you can't go back and do value for money and reduce that contract. That is the end of it. It's a new clause.
So what will be the rendition?
So the rendition will be if after the preamble of 3, he said one of the things. So G, the contract shall be accompanied with a value for money audit report if the contract was procured through restricted method. Also, yeah, well, sole sourcing is one of the methods of restricted tendering. Yes. 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 EPC, all the 10K, they are all restricted.
May we say that if bank was not awarded through competitive, if it was not awarded through, but it's restricted tendering where you have, say, 3 companies. It is still competitive. So we should be careful Maybe we should say sole source and restrictive tendering and spell those things out there and then it's clear.
Let me go to Kwadaso first.
Mr. Speaker, I want my honorable friend to differentiate between his proposed amendment and 3A that talks about a detailed assessment of the value of the anticipated exemptions contained in the contract. I don't know if what he's proposing can find expression under A. So I need some deviation between your proposal and 3A. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, A basically talks about the things you are seeking exemptions on. So normally they do an attachment and tells you these are the items they are having the waivers on. However, the entire project is taken through a value for money audit. So it's not only those items listed by the GRA that they consider. They consider other things other than the things they list in the schedule. That is why you need an additional clause G. Like the chairman said.
Would you like to consider the expression open tender? We're struggling with competitive, but I think open tender, where it is not open tender, solves the problem.
Yes. Available.
Yes, not through open tender.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, because I really don't understand what this amendment is all about. We are talking about agreements, we are talking about contracts that have been entered into, and in the execution, there are tax implications, and so you are granting tax exemptions. What has that got to do with whether the contract itself was through competitive bidding or sole sourcing, that you must disclose it at this stage? What really would be the effect, the value in that disclosure at this stage? That's what I'm trying to understand. How beneficial and how useful is the disclosure of the way by which we came into that contract at this stage?
Mr. Speaker, it's very, very crucial in the sense that during value for money, you are basically trying to determine whether the amount allocated for a particular activity is actually what you should use. So you may have a situation where you say you want a tax waiver on 20 bags of cement, but in actual fact, you are not even supposed to use 20 bags of cement. You are supposed to use 10 bags of cement. So it is only when that contract, which is procured through restricted method, comes here, then you can be sure that when they say it's 10 bags, it is 10 bags, because ever so often, including this week, which we are going to do, we are going to grant tax waivers in anticipation that somebody else's job will be to determine whether that 33 million euros for some interchange is actually what it should cost. That is the whole point of putting that, how do you call it, provision in there, so that by the time the thing appears in this house, when we see a figure and items listed in terms of the schedule of waivers, we know that surely this is the exact number of items or activities that we are waiving the tax on. So it's not to determine procurement at this stage, but to determine that the things upon which we are waiving the tax are what we are supposed to do. Otherwise, when we waive this, they will still have to go back and do value for money if they are procured through restricted tendering.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that a number of scenarios create exemption requirements. One, if there's an investment and the investment requires that some incentives should be given, which incentives are in the nature of tax exemption, that investment agreement has already been negotiated, and then the tax component is brought to us to accept and grant exemption to. Now, when you're talking about procurements, the procurement itself should have been completed. You want to construct a road,
It is not when you come requesting for tax exemptions that we should be interested in how did you procure the road, whether it was sole sourcing or it was competitive tendering. That process is completed, the value of the contract is determined, and the tax component is also determined, and that is what is being brought to us so that we will grant exemption. So why are we interested in being told exactly how the contract was procured, whether it was sole sourcing or whether it's competitive bidding? How does that help us at the stage of granting exemption for an amount that is already determined, for which we are being told that the tax component is X amount, and we are bringing it to you for your approval? How if the procurement was done our business? So I'm saying that that provision is unnecessary. That's why I don't think that we should bother ourselves including that, because then it means that at the stage of approving exemptions, then we in this house will be imposing on ourselves another due diligence on the contract. No, but that is no, the due diligence process. When you bring the contract to the committees, don't they do due diligence? Pardon? Well, but they are supposed to do that at the point of which of the committees? The finance committee and the sector committee, if it's an infrastructure committee. So that's what they're supposed to do. But why are you bringing it to the level of approval of tax exemptions? That doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. The fact that they have failed to do their work at the committee level, you are bringing it to approval of tax exemptions. That's double work, assuming they start doing their work at the committee level. So they will do it at the committee level, then we will come and also do tax exemption level.
Yes, let me come to
Mr. Speaker, I support Honorable Ayaga. We should be careful. We should be careful so that we don't create so many obstacles into doing business in Ghana. You have a contract. You have a contract that you are bringing to Parliament. We are being told that where it is sole sourced, you must add a value for money audit. Where it is not sole sourced and is by competitive tendering, that process of competitive tendering by itself determines the value. But I will even add that even in some cases where it is not sole sourced, there have been times that we have added a value for money audit. So by the time the contract comes to Parliament, there has been an audit of the value of the contract, either through the competitive tendering process or through a value for money audit when there is a sole tendering process. Now we are being told that there should be another value for money audit, which will audit whether or not the 10 bags of cement or whether or not that portion of the contract relating to a tax has not also somehow been compromised in some way. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, and I ask all of us to look at it, if we are not careful, nobody will do business in Ghana. Nobody will come and do business in Ghana because we are putting too many impediments in the way. Transparency is important, but you cannot cut off your nose to spite your face. There's already been an audit of the situation. If it's sole sourcing, the people will add value for money audit. If it's by competitive tendering, that process itself cleans it up so that what comes to Parliament already the value has been audited in a way. Why do we want to impose another value for money audit? I mean, Mr. Speaker, the practical terms is that when you take a contract to finance today have about 3 or 4 companies who do the value for money audit. When you take a contract to finance for value for money audit, it can take 6 months before it comes out. So you sign your contract, the first contract it takes 6 months, then you come back and then you are coming for the agreement or for the exemption, that takes another value for Mr. Speaker. By the time you finish the entire process, the 4-year term would have finished.
Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised at my senior colleague with his reason for asking. In fact, not too long ago, he was my minister at the Ministry of Rail. Indeed, all the agreements he brought to Parliament never came with any value for money audit. We approved them here and then asked the Finance Ministry to go and do that. And guess what? We've never even seen any of the value for money audit report from the day he started and the day he ended. We've always been complaining. The point is that nobody is asking us to do anything that imposes any additional.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, he mentioned my name, and I need to clarify because it's going on the record. The contract that we signed, the condition precedence included value for money audit, and that is why you approved it. So even when you approved it in Parliament, the condition did not come into effect until a value for money audit had been done. And the reason why you agreed to approve it before was that if we had gone to, it was taking too long at the Ministry of Finance. That's exactly the point I'm making. So don't suggest that there was something untoward or wrong with the contract that we did. Don't suggest that. We came to Parliament for approval, and Parliament approval said subject to a value for money audit. So the conditional approval you gave us.
Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with him as a person. It's a weakness in the House. And indeed, in this House, we've had agreements that came to this House that included value for money audit. We've actually insisted on some project, go and bring value for money audit, and they went and brought it. Indeed, to say that value for money audit takes 6 months, so we shouldn't do it, is basically saying that when you go to court, and the process takes 10 years to give you justice, go and do your personal justice somewhere else. That is what you are trying to say, and I'm saying that we in Parliament should not encourage that. What we are saying is simple. If you are coming to this House, and the point is that it is not even about what form of contract we're talking about. I only added if it's restricted, just to make sure that indeed, if Parliament opens a bid to buy this, what do you call an item, and the whole world bidded, whatever figure it becomes, by practice is deemed to have been through a competitive process. So nobody in Parliament will turn out and say that it is not competitive enough, even if the price is high. That is the standard. However, if you were to call one entity and say, give me the price of this chair, and they tell you it's 10 cedi, what shows that it couldn't have been cheaper? That is the whole point of value for money. So we are not saying we should impose anything else on ourselves. Indeed, I agree with leader who always have been saying that this House should even have the capacity to do value for money auditing by ourselves, because that process that the Finance Ministry carries out in itself has got weaknesses. Like you said, who actually selects those 3 companies you are talking about at the Finance Ministry? Do you know how they selected? By somebody's will. By somebody's will. Whether they are actually giving us value for money by their selection itself is also another problem. When we want auditors, Ghana Audit Service actually does bid for people who audit government books in this country. But the value for money, there's no audit for that. It's another thing we can discuss on another day. So unless this House has the capability, where when the road minister lays a bill or you lay a bill, there will be somebody who will be able to advise the committee that the value of that project is reasonable, we should be relying on the Finance Ministry. So this clause is not to kill business in this country. It's actually supposed to derive value for money for the country. It's as simple as that. Even if it takes 10 years, Mr. Speaker, even if it takes 10 years to derive value for money for this country, this House should not be seen to be saying that it takes 6 months to carry out some. Mr. Speaker, if it takes 6 months to save $20 million, and I've been saying this, when the agreement for Ridge Hospital was brought to this House, it was under the NDC government. It was myself and Honorable Opoku Prempe who stopped the minister from coming to the floor. We stopped him at the committee level. When they did value for money, Mr. Speaker, we saved $20 million on that project, which was reapplied. Tell me 6 months was more important than the $20 million we saved. No, the mechanism was because we asked them to go and bring the value for money audit before we approved it. In this case, we are not demanding it here.
Honourable members.
Speaker, the last contribution.
I'm coming.
I'm not saying that. Let me put on record. I have nothing against value for money audit. What me and Honourable Ayaga are saying that we shouldn't do two value for money audits. When there's a value for money audit for the project, there's a value for money audit for the project. But what is being suggested, our understanding, I want clarification, is that you do a value for money audit only for the tax exemption part. Because the point is that if it is a sole source contract, you will do a value for money audit, which will include whether or not within that contract there's an attempt to be corrupt with regards to the exemption. Because the value for money audit of a contract which includes a cost for tax exemption, we'll look at the whole thing, including the cost for tax exemption. Am I right? So if that has been done, is it necessary for us? I mean, I'm saying the same thing. I have nothing against value for money audit. All I'm saying is that once it's a sole source contract, as you are saying, we have to do a value for money audit. So if we have done that value for money audit for the sole source contract, when it comes here for the exemption for the taxation, should we do another value for money? We should add a copy. Then we are saying the same thing.
Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't see where this hair splitting is coming from. Mr. Speaker, if you read clause 5, it provides that the minister, when he has a request for exemption, he should submit that request to assessment. He should assess. It's the minister who assesses it. The assessment of it is to ensure that the exemption is consistent with the economic management of this country so that we don't lose money unnecessarily. What is the impact on the economy? Now, what 6 is providing is that the minister, having done the assessment, when he's coming here, he should supply Parliament with what he has done. So I'm surprised about this hair splitting. Is the minister what he has done? He should accompany that request for exemptions to Parliament with the criteria. That is what it is. Mr. Speaker, my big brother sitting here and he said that I'm wrong, and then he said that it's an aside.
I'm surprised that a senator, a superior legislator, small heckling, you respond. You shouldn't respond to me.
So, Mr. Speaker, I go with the Honorable Abuja, because we are talking about the impact of the exemption on the economy. We need to be furnished with the assessment conducted by the minister. The criteria set out here is what the minister is required to do. You have done that. When you come and convince us that this is right. Right, so it comes to Parliament with a request. We want to see the detailed assessment of the value that you have done. It's from the minister. Of course, nothing precludes us, if we are not satisfied, from doing our own due diligence. But this, what is set out here, is supposed to come from the minister. The Speaker, that is what it is. And that is why I agree with the new proposal that is coming from the Honorable Kwame Abuja, that we should say that. I would want to suggest to him, as the way of further amendment, that we should not restrict it to restrictive tendering. Yes, because we are in this country, we know what goes on. Even competitive bidding, we know what happens. Why are you exempting that? It should be across board. We shouldn't qualify it. Whether it's competitive bidding or what. The minister, when he's coming, should furnish us with the details of these. The Speaker, that is what it is. With what is contained here, a detailed assessment of the value of the anticipated exemptions, whatever process that we went through to procure the services or maybe the goods, we should be furnished with the details of it. So I agree with him, but I want to suggest that we further amend it. We shouldn't restrict it to restrictive tendering processes.
asking for the document to state how procurement was done, or no, or is he asking for
the amendment, the further amendment proposed by my colleague, is adding a new subclause to 3. That is G, wherever it is located. A new subclause to 3, which is providing for the minister to come with a value for money assessment or audit, however it's called, assessment that he might have done. He should accompany this, what is provided here. And he is saying that it should be restricted to restricted tendering. And I'm saying that no, it should be open. Whatever request for exemption that is coming, we should have that provided by the minister. That is the little addition, the little amendment, further amendment that I've done to his own proposal.
Very well. So, Honorable, can you give us the rendition taking into consideration what leader has just said, that it shouldn't be only restricted to restrictive tendering?
The reason the leader said that is quite simple, because if in the ministers, fortunately, it's the Minister of Finance that carries out the...
Just give us the rendition.
So the agreement shall be accompanied with a value for money assessment report. Report, yes.
Very well. So, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 3, G. We are adding G. All those... Honorable, let's move on.
Yes, he just indicated in a conversation when I sought clarification from him that it may not be in all cases that you will have a value for money audit. So I want us to add at the tail end of his amendment, a further amendment, where applicable. Yes, where applicable.
Honourable members,
you read your rendition, because we don't even know his final rendition, Mr. Speaker. What is his final rendition as further amended by the majority leader? What is his final rendition as further amended by the majority leader? He should state it and let's hear him, so that you see that my proposal that where applicable will be necessary.
Mr. Speaker, leader helped us by saying that if you read part of 5, it says that the minister is required to assess the request before coming to the House. After that assessment, the minister could determine that, oh, this project was procured through a competitive bidding. So when they are coming to this House, he could basically say that this project doesn't require a value for money audit.
Well noted.
So the rendition should be accompanied by a value for money assessment report.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Please, we are sitting here. Let's respond to the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to add subclause G is carried. Yes, Chairman.
Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, I proceed to do my amendment to subclause 5, and the amendment seeks to split that subclause into 2 subclauses. And the first is this: the exemptions in an application for exemptions laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. That is the amendment. And that is the first. The existing provision says an exemption vetted by the minister and placed before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament and proceeds to create other requirements. Now, what I'm doing is to split it, and therefore the first part is The exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. And then it stands alone. We will go to the next.
Well, then let's finish with the amendment.
Yeah.
You said you are splitting it into two. Let's yes. Have the
So I'm splitting it into two. So the 5 will be left with this. That the exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament in order that honourable members may get the import of this. I would like to add what the other amendment I want to attach. Now then we proceed in the subsequent subclause where Parliament varies the exemptions referred to in subclause 5. The Minister shall within 14 days from the date the Minister receives the variation notification notify the persons concerned and give effect to the variation. These two amendments are to replace the existing 5.
Honourable members, that is the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. It's before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable Member 4.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I think the proposed amendment by the chairman is in place. In the first place, he just restated what we wanted to do by giving powers to Parliament. In fact, just recently, they were able to reduce the amount of tax exemption to be granted to an entity. The second part of what he's saying is that since you have done this negotiation with the developer or the interested party, if Parliament goes ahead to reduce that amount or vary it, it is just necessary for you to inform the owner of the agreement that we are not going to give you an X amount of tax exemption, but we are going to give you Y. I think it's an appropriate thing to do.
Yes, Honourable Member for Scalo.
Mr. Speaker, I found it a little curious, to say the least. You negotiate an agreement with somebody, which includes tax exemptions. The person knows that that agreement is subject to approval by Parliament. A typical example was when I was Attorney General. We negotiated the Vodafone agreement. We gave them all kinds of, there were certain clauses. We came to Parliament, and Parliament said that, no, we should go and change it. They suggested other changes. Why are you putting in this clause that you must inform the person? Why? Law does not state the obvious. That what you have negotiated is subject to approval by Parliament. If Parliament does not approve it, Parliament does not approve it. Parliament can suggest to you that you, the minister, go back and make these changes. Then it's up to the party to decide whether he's prepared to go forward with that exemption, because it seems to suggest that once the change has been made by Parliament and you are notified, you, the person, are bound by it. That is what it seems to suggest. It says that the change shall be made and within 28 days you shall be notified. And that seems to suggest that once you are, so the change, you come here, you are looking for exemption for 10 cedis, for example. Parliament says that we'll give you an exemption for 5 cedis. Then the only responsibility of the minister is to inform you that X Y company, when I took the 10 cedis, they didn't agree. But what they agreed on was the 5 cedis. And as if you are bound by the 5 cedis. No. When Parliament does not approve it, it does not approve it. Pardon me.
Is the provisional, the previous one from the ministry was just provisional. Whatever you get is a substantive tax exemption. I'll get your point. So, Chairman, you want to just vary it a bit so that we can make progress?
Yes, Speaker, in some of these matters, I can understand that we, the practitioners, we think and feel differently from the lawyers. You know, in practice, when I say we think differently, you think better than we do. So I don't have to. What I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it is entirely possible that Parliament varies the exemption, and the persons, the counterparties, would not know immediately We are only trying to prompt the minister that this variation is important and let the person hear it immediately. That is the point of this, even though you could expect that even without the law providing for that, a conscientious and responsive minister will do that. It does not hurt if we compel the minister to notify the counterparty so that the counterparty may look at whatever remedies they have and act accordingly. If it's not harmful, I will respectfully suggest to our senior colleagues that we leave it there if it's not harmful.
Mr. Speaker, but he doesn't end at notify. He says he shall notify the person concerned and give effect to the variation. That is why I agree with him that he doesn't think like us lawyers. Because if you put in this act that you notify the person and give effect to the variation, then what you are doing is that you are legislating, you are taking away the freedom of contract. You are saying that once me, the business person, I bring my proposal to Parliament, Parliament can change it. And then the minister, the exemption, yes, Parliament can change the exemption and then give effect to what they change. It means I'm bound by what Parliament does. Is that what we are seeking to do? To let our decision bind the party? Yes, so why don't you, yes, you should write, shall notify the person concerned. But yes, you stop there. And you don't say give effect to the variation. See,
yes, Honorable.
You're the senior lawyer.
Mr. Speaker, effect has to be given to the variation. Effect has to be given. Because, you see, the original contract is 1 million plus tax exemption of 50,000. So the contract sum is 1,050,000. That's the value. Now, if you go to Parliament, and Parliament refuses to approve the entire 50,000 as tax exemption, the contract sum will change. At least the dynamics, the component coming from the company will change. It's no longer 1,050,000. So once Parliament refuses, of course, the minister has to notify the other party and then give effect to the new values in the contract. So I think that there's nothing wrong with this. This is just administrative. Unless you are saying that there's no need to even state the obvious. But otherwise, it is administrative, and we should just state it. But the thing about giving a time limit within which notice should be given, that sometimes people will take the documents, go and sit in their offices, and not even tell the contractor anything. So if there is a time period within which you must give notice to the contractor of developments in Parliament, don't assume that all contractors will follow up to Parliament to find out what happened. Maybe not all of them will. So it is important that notice should be conveyed, information should be conveyed back to the contractor, a time frame be set for that, and then the effect of Parliament's decision be given to the terms of the contract. So I don't think there's any problem with this. Let's leave it the way it is and then let's move on. I would rather think that instead of an exemption, we should go by the earlier agreed rendition, which is a request for exemption. You've improved it there. Okay, a request for exemption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, please, let's make progress.
Yes, Speaker, we are making progress.
Okay, please.
Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Joe Gatti. Because you see, it is not Parliament that will give effect to what Parliament has done. It's not Parliament. It's only a court of law. Now, the beneficiary of this may decline what Parliament has approved under the contract. He may decline that. I expect two. If Parliament is willing to approve of only one, then I'm reselling from the contract, or the contract may have to be renegotiated. So I agree that we should only give notice of the approval and not to add that then Parliament will give effect. As for giving effect, when it becomes contested, a court of law will do that. It's only a court of law that will now give effect to what Parliament has approved of, and not Parliament itself. Parliament is only approving what it considers just under the contract to do.
Very well. Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing in that subclause which should suggest to my colleague that Parliament is attempting to give effect to. I'm saying that there's nothing in that subclause which is giving any indication that Parliament is the body that is going to give the effect to the variation. It is not. It's the minister who is going to give effect to the variation done by Parliament. And the member for Esikado Ketan is saying to us that in that amendment proposed by the chair, we rather should end at the minister receiving the variation notification and notify the person concerned. It says that we should end there. And then, as for giving effect to the variation, he is proposing, and I seem to agree with him, that the person concerned must be in agreement. So where the person concerned has no objection, then the minister shall give effect to the variation provided. Because if he has objection, then certainly you have to go back and begin again. But where before variation has been effected by Parliament, the minister is giving notice of the variation and he communicates to the person. He might have agreed with the person on some suggested terms, which is varied by Parliament. Now he thinks that if he undertakes the enterprise, he may lose. So he doesn't want that. You cannot then give effect to it. So the person must be notified first by the minister. And if he has no objection, then effect is given. If he has objection, then he may have to begin afresh. Yes, the contract then is terminated. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that maybe we'll have to end at line 3, notify the person concerned. And then we have to break that one down into two subclauses. So then the other will follow. Where the person concerned has no objection, the minister shall give effect to the variation provided. I think that should be fair. Mr. Speaker, it's important because if the person disagrees, you cannot give effect. He comes to Parliament after the negotiation, and he has some understanding that, yes, this is what he has negotiated. Parliament varies it. And he says that with this, I cannot carry on the business any longer. So once the minister informs him and he has no objection, then the effect to be given to the contract. But if he has objection, then you can't give effect to what the person concerned has rejected. How do you give effect to that? That is why I'm saying we may have to end at notify the person concerned. Right?
I'd like to seek the guidance of my seniors. The point of this bill is to rationalize exemptions. So you bring a request here, and then Parliament says, no, you can't have this exemption. So that is communicated to the parties involved. I would consider that for the purposes of our exemptions administration, our job should end. As to what happens after the notification, it's not really an exemptions matter. They may decide that because of that the contract will not happen. They may decide that because of that they will now up the price. I'd like to seek guidance whether it is really necessary after notifying the parties for Parliament to still be interested in how they manage our notice.
Speaker, I'm in agreement with the proposal, except that at this stage, the person on whose behalf the request has come to Parliament has been approved of either wholly or with variations. I think that from this stage onwards, the person becomes a beneficiary. So I suggest that instead of a person, we say that the beneficiary will be notified. Because, sorry? No, you are a benefit. Once the approval has come, it's to your benefit. So if you are notified, if there are variations and you are notified and you are in agreement, then the contract is given effect to. Then you perform it. But if you disagree, then it cannot be given effect to. So you cannot perform the contract. So I think that at this stage, we should describe you in the law as a beneficiary. That's my humble view.
That is not the point. The point is that Ghanaian law respects the sanctity of the freedom of contract. But in certain circumstances, the law intervenes. The principle of freedom of contract is respected under Ghanaian law. So if I enter into a contract with government and we agree on something, that principle, by and large, is respected. But in some circumstances, the law intervenes. One of those circumstances is when there are tax exemptions, and it must come to Parliament. Parliament can do two things. Parliament can agree with the exemption, or disapprove, or have a variation. We say that we disapprove what you brought, 5 series exemption, we are prepared to give you 3 series exemption. And so what has happened immediately is that the nature of the contract that I entered into has changed. It's not the same any longer. But there's nothing wrong with that. Because when I was entering into the contract, I knew that it was subject to Parliament approval. The effect of that, the Parliament has disapproved the agreement. Now, by virtue of this, you are saying that after I've been notified, Parliament will give effect to it. Do you know what it means? What it means is that when I don't perform my part of the contract, when there's non-performance, I can be taken to court. I can be taken to court on the basis that Parliament made the change and informed me. So once informed me, effect can be given to it. We are not doing this law for Parliament. We are doing this law for Ghana. It's not just about what Parliament will do. So I'm saying that once the nature of the contract has changed, you are notified. When you are notified, you decide whether or not you want to continue. I gave you the example of Vodafone. It has happened to this Parliament a number of times, even without this law. You bring a contract. There was another contract involving, at that time, it was involving ACA or something. It was involving oil. We were in the minority. When the matter was brought here and we argued strenuously, it was taken back. So changing contracts and so on is a known practice in our parliamentary practice. And you notify the other party if you want to put it there, because you have some slack ministers or slack civil servants who may decide that they won't notify the party. You can put it there, I have no objection. But you can't put there that after notification, it gives effect to the variation. Because if you say that, what you have done is that you have intervened in the principle of the freedom of contract by statute. Because you are saying that once you give effect to it, then it is implemented. That is why Honorable James Abosu added the proviso that if the person has no objection, you can add that. Or the other one you can do is that we will notify the person. Once you notify the person, then you leave. What happens? Either the person will say, well, then I won't do it again. Because the contract has not taken effect. The contract has not taken effect.
Can we make progress with this?
Mr. Speaker, we are making progress. Mr. Speaker, his argument is based on some assumptions that, in my opinion, are not accurate. The contract has not yet been entered into. No, the agreement has not yet been entered into, because the tax exemption is a part of the agreement. The tax component is a part of the agreement. So the agreement or the contract is subject to the approval of the tax component. So if the tax component is not approved or is partially approved, then the approved component has to be given effect to in the scheme of the entire contract. So if you are being given a contract to construct this chamber, subject to you being given tax exemptions for all imports. Remember that the tax would have come to the state, and the state is paying you for the construction of the chamber. And the state says that instead of me giving you money so that you give it back to me, I'm going to give you the same money by way of an exemption. So that instead of you looking for 100 million to import the items and pay taxes, you will now look for 80 million to buy the items, and then you don't have to pay 20 million by way of tax. It is still $100 million contract. Now you come to Parliament, and Parliament say, no, we will only exempt 10 million of the 20 million that you are requesting for. Okay? And so it means that you, the contractor, you will still have to capitalize the same contract by 90 million instead of the initial capitalization of 80 million. So when Parliament rejects part of the request for tax exemption, the minister has to go and now give effect to that in the contract clause and say that the tax exemption is now 10 million instead of 20 million. So he has to give effect to what has been approved by Parliament. It is up to you, the contractor, to say, okay, I will still take the contract and look for 90 million capitalization instead of the initial 80 million capitalization. Or I will not perform the contract because I cannot raise 90 million to execute the contract. But the minister has to give effect in the contract document that now it is going to be a capitalization of 90 million and a tax exemption of 10 million. So effect has to be given to what Parliament has approved.
Very well. So now, Chairman, with all what has gone on, give me the rendition of the...
Okay, so the final rendition for the two sub-clauses will be the first one, that is the new 5, would be the exemptions in an application for exemption laid before Parliament for approval may be varied by Parliament. And then the second one is where Parliament varies the exemptions referred to in sub-clause 5, the minister shall, within 14 days from the date the minister receives the variation notification, notify the person concerned. Full stop.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman is before us, and the question is, all those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire clause 6. Honourable members, the entire clause 6 as variously amended. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The variously amended to clause 6 is hereby adopted and stands part of the bill. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with respect, the decision is that we suspend consideration and take questions. And take questions as item 6 on the original of the plan.
Mr. Speaker, let me sound that in line with the agreement.
We have come to the end of the consideration stage, so we check. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I was just indicating that we are only suspending the consideration of the exemptions bill to move into question time. And thereafter, we will come back and continue with the exemptions bill. So, Speaker, we are having an extended sitting today, and the necessary commitments have already been made. So we will stretch sitting to a bit late in the day. So after the 1 hour consideration of the bills. Yes, that is why I said the necessary commitments have been made. When I speak, you must listen and decipher the wall, the handwriting on the wall. Yes, you can. So 1 hour for questions, and then we'll move back to do the exemptions bill.
Very well. Honourable members, I will invite you to page 2. Page 2, item listed 5, agent questions. But before then, let me kindly indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. It's now 2. So kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the time. So, Honourable Minister for Education, may you take your rightful seat. Yes. The first question stands in the name of a member for Busa South, Honourable Clement Abbas Apak. Honourable members, please let's note this. We have as many as 1, 2, 3, 4 agent questions. Then we have the normal questions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yes. So the normal questions, we have as many as 23 questions. So at least I will plead with you that we will all restrict the question to the owners of the question, and again, just may add 1 supplementary question opportunity to members. 1 supplementary question. Well. So that is my position now. If it comes to a point that we may need further clarification, we may extend it to 2. But now, it's the owner of the question, and he may have 1 supplementary question. So let me invite Honourable Clement Apak to begin with his urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to abide by the direction that you have given. Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to ask the Minister for Education how much government owes buffer stock food suppliers who supply food to secondary schools, and when the suppliers will be paid.
Respectfully, Honourable Minister, you may answer the question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the outstanding payment obligation of the Ministry of Education to the National Mr. Speaker, the outstanding payment obligation of the Ministry of Education to the National Food Buffer Stock Company as at 18 July 2022 is 340,296,866 Ghana cedis and 8 pesos. Government is working towards payment of this outstanding obligation. However, government has released and paid this year an amount of 327,871,809 cedis and 10 pesos to the National Food Buffer Stock Company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Clement. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked specifically when the buffer food suppliers will be paid, given that we are currently receiving reports of food shortages in various secondary schools across the country. And the reason we have been given is that buffer stock food suppliers are owed. And that was why I wanted to know when they would be paid, any outstanding amounts owed to them by government.
Very well, Honorable Minister. When will they be paid?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Payment of supplies is an ongoing process. As I speak with you, there are some people who are picking up their checks from the company. So as and when money become available, supplies are always paid. So in the same way that people are being paid today, tomorrow further releases will come, God willing, and we'll continue to pay. But this is paid through the Ministry of Education from Ministry of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So I will move to
Speaker, this one I'll plead with you. The buffer stock problem is a major problem. So if you can accommodate the deputy ranking to have a second supplementary on that particular question. It's a plea I'm making, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I guess he's satisfied. So if you want to ask person, I may allow you. But
okay, Mr. Speaker, then I'll ask one. Minister, are you aware that the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools are very, very unhappy about buffer stocks and its delivery of food to the schools? And if you are, what do you seek to do to improve it?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again. I had a conference called the Executives of CHAS yesterday, Upper West, all the regions around the country where there were serious crises the last few days, and they have all seen improvement in terms of supplies that are coming to them. And they will continue to see improvement from today on. So the food supplies are going to the schools. And yes, when our supply situation is not as we want it to be, Minister for Education is concerned. And we work with buffer stock to make sure our systems are streamlined and funding goes to them so that they can supply the food to the school. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. We move to question B, urgent question B. And the question stands in the same Member of Parliament, that is Busa South, Honorable Clement Abbas Abak. Honorable, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when capitation grants for 2019-2020, tranches 2 and 3, 2020-2021, tranche 3, and 2021-2022, tranches 1 and 2 will be paid.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all Ghanaian children of school-going age are provided with quality formal education and training, the capitation grant scheme has been a major source of a major social intervention program put in place by the government of Ghana at the public basic level of education to fulfill its constitutional obligation of providing free, compulsory, universal basic education for all Ghanaian children. The grant seeks to lessen the burden of paying school fees and all forms of levies to realize the long-term policy objective of increasing equitable access to and participation in education at all levels of the education system. The grant is also to support schools to implement their school performance improvement plan
in order to improve quality education delivery in the public schools. The grant is therefore expected to serve as an opportunity to help build our school-level capacity to allow for effective and efficient implementation. The grant is 10 cedis per pupil per year, and this is given to every school irrespective of its enrollment. The funds are to be released termly, where during the first term, 5 cedis is released as base grant, 250 is released in the second term based on enrollment, while the remaining 250 is released in the third term. Mr. Speaker, the second tranche of the 2019-2020 academic year in the amount of 14,536,377 cedis and 50 pesos was released and paid in November 2021. However, due to the outbreak of the novel COVID-19 during the first quarter of the year 2020, leading to the closure of schools, the third tranche was not released since schools went on recess. The third tranche for the year 2020-2021 academic year was released during the second quarter of the 2021-2022 academic year. The sum of 15 million has been processed on the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System GIFMEX, yet to be paid by Controller and Accountant General's Department. The Ghana Education Service is yet to receive the first and second tranches of 2021-2022 academic year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Commander Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the response provided by the Minister. But given the Minister's own narrative, where he acknowledges the importance that the grant plays in the delivery of improved and quality education, doesn't the Minister think that the delay in payment of the grant is impacting negatively as far as teaching and learning is concerned? And if that is so, what is he doing to ensure that all outstanding arrears are paid?
So you're putting all the questions together because I said you only have one supplementary question. Yes, Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, we are making every attempt to ensure that payment is made, as I already pointed out, release of 15 million on the GIFMEX. That means we are in the process, the pipeline, to ensure payment is effective. And in the schools, 10,000 primary schools and junior high schools in the Gallo program, further grants are also paid. So, of course, we need to make effort to make sure the grant gets to the schools. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Is Honorable Vincent Ekosafua here?
Speaker, he's not here, and I'm told, reliably informed, he's giving mandate to Dr. Hamid to ask the question on his behalf.
Well, well. Honorable Member for, is it Fikuma or Cosmintim? Honorable Member, are you a member for Cosmintim or Fikuma?
Mr. Speaker, I am Member of Parliament for Cosmintim.
Let's hear you. Ask the question on behalf of your friend. Question, agent question C. C.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Prince Ama, Member of Parliament for Kusmitim, and I ask this question on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Vincent Eko Asifwa. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when capitation grants for 2019-2020 tranches 2 and 3.
Honorable Member, the question is urgent question C. C. Which stands the name of your friend Vincent Eko Asifwa, Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number C, urgent question C, in the name of Mr. Vincent Ekowasifwa, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo. And I rise to ask the Minister for Education, what is the state of Ghanaian students evacuated from Ukraine as a result of the Russian-Ukraine war? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister. Is it a war or is it just an invasion of Russia in Ukraine? Minister, let's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the early stages of the Ukraine-Russia crisis, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did a great job getting on top of issues, making sure students found their way back to Ghana, others went to other countries. Mr. Speaker, regarding what is happening to them now, I have inaugurated a committee chaired by Dr. Anthony Siansari, Presidential Advisor on Health, to collate the list of all students who were displaced by the Russia-Ukraine war. The committee comprises representatives of all stakeholders, including the deans of all medical schools in Ghana. So far, the committee has collated information on 300 students. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC, is currently validating their credentials. Once the process is completed, the eligible students will be admitted into our Ghanaian universities at various levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable.
Speaker, there are no follow-up questions.
Very well. Thank you very much. Honorable, I hope you take the question on gender. Very well. So we will move to question 124. Question 124. And the question stands again the name of a member for Busa South, Honorable Clementa Park. Honorable, how many questions do you want to ask? I can see that question 125 again stands your name. Anyway, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, is it that you want me to ask my questions to the Minister for Education before I get to ask my question to the Minister for Children, Gender and Social Protection, which is D under agent questions?
Yes. Yes, for you, we are going through the normal questions. When the minister comes, then you also start from D to answer other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education if all 766 critical senior high school projects, classrooms, dining halls, dormitories, laboratories, hitherto uncompleted, have been completed with the disbursement of the first tranche of the 1.7 billion loan securitized and approved by Parliament in 2018.
Did you say 1.7 or 1.5?
1.5.
Very well. Yes, Minister. Minister, question 124.
Mr. Speaker, I want to see whether there is a mistake. On the urgent question, the urgent question is to the Minister of Gender and Children. We want him to ask the Minister of Rights.
So, Minister, if you got the question, you may respond to it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, not all the 766 critical senior high school projects hitherto uncompleted have been completed. A number of contractors who received payment did not return to site owing to the fact that their contract prices were out of date. The GET Fund received requests from the supervising project consultants for financial clearance to review the contract prices of some of these critical projects in order to complete them. The GET Fund, after vetting this request, granted financial clearance for the review of the contract prices of 215 of these critical projects based on a criteria of 60% completion and above, in order to ensure a phased-out completion approach with time and specific budget. Out of the 215 critical projects granted financial clearance, 31 projects have been completed by GET Fund and are all in use. The remaining 134 projects are at various stages of completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have one supplementary question. Or if you're okay, you move to question 125. I hope you're okay.
Well, yes, I will let that go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education what is preventing the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, from accessing the second tranche of the 1.5 billion approved by Parliament in 2018. I know the question probably has outlived its usefulness, but since it has come, I ought to ask.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the amount of money the GET Fund can borrow at a time is dependent on its cash flows. The self-registered amount of the GET Fund bond program is 5.5 billion cedis, the equivalent of 1.5 billion, being the combined amounts of the first and second tranches. The cash flow projection, however, can only support a 5-year spread between 2020 and 2024 to assess the full amount. Mr. Speaker, this was stated in the 2020, 2021, 2022 distribution formula presented to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let him give you the last opportunity to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Minister if he thinks that the capping GET Fund would improve the cash flow to GET Fund for it to be able to meet its obligations in the area of helping to expand educational infrastructure.
Minister, did you get the question? May you repeat the question, please?
What I'm simply asking is whether you think decapping, the capping that we place on GET Fund would help improve the cash flow to enhance expansion of educational infrastructure.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, there must be a very good rationale for capping. And what GET Fund gets is what is used in its projections and its ability to borrow. At this point, what they have, based on what comes through, is what enables them to determine the space available for them to borrow. And that is what, as Education Minister, I'm privy to, and that is what I'm talking about. That cash flow-wise, they are not able to access the entire amount that is available for them to use in the bond program and consequently for construction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, indulge me. The Minister for Education is responding to the question from the Honourable Clement Abbas Apak on the 1.5 billion syndicated loan. Minister, you are aware that the Minister for Finance or the Ministry of Finance have recruited a vehicle known as Daichi to stand between you, your board, and your ministry. Mr. Speaker, forgive me. Get Fund. We all labored. I led the student front at the time to insist that Get Fund be established. And it's our fund. Do we need a Daichi in the disbursement and payment of contractors under Get Fund contract? Do we need a Daichi?
Minister.
This will affect his presidential ambition.
Minister, you may respond to the question.
Do we need a Daichi?
I'm saying you may. So if you are not minded to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the leader knows what he's doing, and I decline to answer.
Yes, we move to question 267. Question number 267. And the question stands in the member for Wassa East, Honorable Isaac Ejay Mensah. Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the 6-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Sachahiman, the 3-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Akrofi, and the 3-unit classroom block Get Fund project in Kwafukrom, all in Oversize District, will be completed. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 6-unit classroom block project at Sechrehiman is being constructed by Mrs. Anomanuel Company Limited and supervised by Akufu and Associates Limited. The project is 65% complete and Get Fund has honored all payments due to the contractor. The contractor has, however, abandoned site. The supervising consultant is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to enable him to complete the project for the school. The 3-unit classroom block project at Akrofi Basic is being constructed by Mrs. Nazak Construction Limited and supervised by Ekufuna Associates Limited. The project is 30% complete, and again, Get Funds has honored all payments due to the contractor. The contractor has, however, abandoned site. The supervising consultant once again is taking steps to ensure the return of the contractor to complete the project for the school. The project at Kwafukrom Basic School is also a 3-unit classroom block being constructed by Mrs. Nazar Construction Limited and supervised by Akufu and Associates. The project is 80% complete, and Get Fund is working on paying the certificate for work done to enable the contractor to return to site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ejay Mensah, if you may have another bite by way of supplementary.
Thank you. I do have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that in all the 3 cases for the 3 projects, being Sachahiman, Akrofi, and Kwafukrom, the contractors have abandoned site because of non-payment. And I'm happy that the minister is saying that for Sachahiman and Akrofi, the Get Fund has honored its obligation in paying them. But the same contractor is doing for Akrofi and Kwafukrom. In the case of Kwafukrom, 80% completion, and it has not been paid. So when will the Kwafukrom project or the contractor be paid? And again, when will the consultant, Akufu, will finalize his steps in getting the contractor complete the jobs or the work in Sachahiman and Akrofi? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll consult Get Fund and do a follow-up. And when I get the finalization schedule, I'll let my colleague know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 273. Question 273. stands in the name of a member for Bunkurugu. Now you don't add yo-yo. Honorable Abednego Azuma Bandin. Honorable, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have his permission to seek your leave to ask this question on his behalf. So if you will permit me, then I'll proceed.
Proceed, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I'm asking this question on behalf of Mr. Abednego Azuma Bandin, the MP for Bunkurugu constituency. I rise to ask the Minister for Education how many GET Fund projects have been undertaken spanning the period between 2013 and 2020 at the Nakwanduri Business Senior High School and at the Bunkurugu Technical Senior High School. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nakwanduri Business Senior High School and Bunkurugu Technical Senior High School are benefiting from 3 and 9 GET Fund projects respectively between 2013 and 2020. The details of the project are as follows. Nakwanduri Business Senior High School, Project 1, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters for teachers. Contractor is GEPS Collection and Construction Limited. Consultant, AQS Consortium Limited. Status, completed and in use. 2, the project is construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. Contractor is GEPS Collection and Construction Limited. Consultant, A&QS Consortium Limited. Status, completed. Then 3, project is construction of dining hall with kitchen. Contractor is Kodeg Ghana Limited. Consultant is BRI. It is at linter level, and the new this is a new project. Bunkurugu Senior High School is the project is the construction of 6-unit classroom block, and the contractor is Didon's Ventures. Consultant BRI. Project status completed and handed over and is in use. The second project is the construction of a single-story dormitory block. Silence Construction Works Limited is completed, handed over, and is in use. 3, construction of 6-seater toilet facility. Contractors Ademu Danjiga Company Limited, completed, handed over, and is in use. Project 4, construction of a dormitory block. Contractor Bass and Brothers Limited. Consultant AESL Tamale. Status completed and handed over and is in use. Number 5, construction of 6-unit classroom block. Contractor is Solakia Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Consortium Limited. Status completed, handed over and is in use. Project number 6, construction of 12-unit classroom block. Contractor Azeco Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Construction Limited. Project status, first floor beams has been done. It's an old project, uncompleted. Project 7, construction of dining hall with kitchen. Contractor Bunas Company Limited. Consultant A&QS Construction Consortium. It is at roofing stage. Project number 8, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. The contractor is Osumo Investment and Nobler Ventures. Consultant is A&QS Consortium Limited. Status completed and is in use. Project number 9, construction of 2-bedroom semi-detached quarters. Contractor is Zavis Enterprise. Consultant A&QS Consortium Limited. It is at the finishing stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I think it's an elaborate answer.
Yeah,
I have one follow-up question, Mr. Speaker. And that's coming from the Member of Parliament.
Yes, let's hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, if you look at the response from the Minister, you realize that project number 3, as stated in the order paper, project number 3 started in 2020, project number 6 started in 2013, number 7 started in 2013, and number 9 started in 2013. Now, you realize that most of these projects that started in 2013 have been abandoned, or they are far, far, far behind time. I want to find out from the Minister what concrete steps he will put in place to ensure that these projects are completed quickly for them to put it to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as we all heard from my report, majority of the projects are completed. But it's not an excuse that the 2013 one should not be completed. I'll follow up with GEFRAN and I'll link up with my colleagues to ensure that we can jointly work on this and get the projects completed for the students. Thank you.
Very well. Let me now jump to Laura Honorable Bedzadeh. Honorable, we may now ask your question as listed, question 470.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education the plans the ministry has to provide adequate physical infrastructure to the Briford Senior High School in the Laura constituency to befit its status as a senior high school. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Briford Senior High School is currently benefiting from Ministry of Education through the GET Fund in respect of the infrastructure interventions as follows. 2-story dormitory block at the first floor stage, construction is ongoing. 2-story dormitory block at the substructure stage, and administration block at the ground floor stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, any further question?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the answers that the Minister has provided, but the Briford Senior High School has peculiar circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this is a secondary school which was a community secondary school, which has been absorbed into the government-assisted schools system. Now, as a result of that, they virtually have nothing, no infrastructure. That's why I'm asking the question as to how we can get adequate infrastructure to befit the status of a senior high school. Now, the Minister has listed 3 projects, and he has himself admitted that these projects are at the initial stages. They are still very, very and the work that is going on is still very, very slow. It's not just a question of being at the initial stages. The work is very, very slow. And so it will take some time for us to even have those infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, beyond that, I'm coming to the question, Mr. Speaker, bear with me. Beyond that, there is a paucity of infrastructure in the school. So I want to find out from the Minister, when can we have the following structures in the school? 1, a headmaster's bungalow. 2, a fence wall for the school. 3, an assembly hall. And then 4, a science and home economics laboratory. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the ministry has been providing special packages for some schools, such as the Kwase Senior Technical School. I want the minister to assure me, or for that matter, can he assure me that he will provide the Briford Senior High School with such a special package in order for us to be able to provide the school with adequate infrastructure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, growing up, I went to a school like Breford. So my heart is into schools like yours. I'm going to work with you to make sure we can improve the infrastructure at the school, because it's so important that children everywhere get the opportunity that those who went to the so-called elite schools get. So I'm ready and prepared. I'll work with you. Maybe the next time you come here, you'll be making a statement to commend me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bezidin, the way you are nodding your head, I could see that you are happy with the minister's response. So from Laura, which is in Upper West, we move to, which is Laura, we move to Upper West, Wa West, which is also in Upper West region. And question 474, which stands the name of Peter Lanchetu. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. The people of our West expressed their joy that you've given an opportunity for this very important question to be asked. And I thank the Minister that finally is here to answer this question, because it's so dear to our hearts. I rise to ask the Minister for Education what plans the government has to equip the many classrooms without furniture in the Wa West constituency with the needed furniture. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has procured various furniture types since 2021 to equip newly constructed and existing basic school structures across the country. The furniture needs of schools in the Wa West constituency are being assessed by the Ghana Education Service for consideration in future interventions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hearing that the needs of Wa West are being assessed, my heart bleeds. The situation is dire. Children are sitting on the floor. Mr. Minister, it's an urgent requirement. Are you saying that in the year 2022, Wa West will not receive a single chair or table from central government?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our honorable colleague, I did not say that. I said we've asked GES to assess the needs of your constituency and will respond appropriately. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, with respect to the check, I think it's not only Wa West. All of us are also facing the same problems. Yesterday I had a call from my almighty Asabediako Secondary School, and the students are sitting on the floor. So I think we have to take a second look at the chair situation in our schools. So we now move to question meeting. Oh, okay.
Speaker, if you indulge me, before we proceed, I think just as we are appealing to the Minister, and I support that call, but it's also fair to acknowledge that latter parts of the early parts of this year, some good, I have benefited, some good volume of furniture have been provided across the country. That is not to say that what he's saying is not right, but as we are calling for more, we also need to acknowledge the good things he's doing. I think it's important that we acknowledge that. Yes.
Very well. Very well. But I think the call for the furniture improvement is. So we move to question meeting. Honorable Dr. Prince Hamid Amma. Please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry is developing digital library infrastructure to enable learners access electronic learning resources, especially in the light of the exigencies imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, government is committed to expanding access to all constituencies, library access to all constituencies of the country. The Intention of government is clear in the ESP, Education Sector Plan 2018 to 2030, where we have indicated the establishment of 540 libraries by 2030. To achieve universal coverage of public and mobile libraries, the Ministry, through the Ghana Library Authority, have over the last 5 years added 50 libraries to the existing libraries, making a total of 111 across the country. These numbers should correct what is indicated in the other paper. And a total of 10 mobile library vans have been refurbished with books and computers and are currently in use. Additionally, the authority has deployed a digital library which is available on Play Store and App Store for download on smartphones, allowing every Ghanaian to have access to curated books on the digital shelf of the Ghana Library Authority. This digital library is zero rated by Vodafone and MTN. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member, you may take your supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the information provided by the Honourable Minister, we have added 50 additional libraries to the existing one, which comes up to the 111. Mr. Speaker, that is very revealing. Since independence, the total number of libraries that we have had was 61. And from 2017 up to now, we have added 50. Mr. Speaker, that is a very revealing information that the Minister has provided to this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honourable Minister the current state of the Volta and Bono regional libraries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the information I have is that construction is ongoing, but we want personal appeal to get funds that releases should be rapid enough so that we can see rapid activities going on, so that finally these two libraries will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. From Kwasimintim, we move to Domai East. Domai East, question 696. Honorable Member for Domai East, Paul Aprekuchum Belma. Honorable, you are not Honorable Lydia. Please move to your seat and answer the question from your seat. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister for Education what interventions the Ministry is putting in place to cater for the large number of students who obtain grade D7 and E8 in core subjects and hence are unable to gain admission into the universities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you may answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, the need to review the minimum entry requirements into our tertiary institutions has become even more critical, given the government target of increasing the gross tertiary enrollment ratio from the current 20% to 40% by 2030. Thus, taking a second look at the students who obtain grades D7 and E8 in core subjects is critical to the attainment of this target. As a result, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission is reviewing the minimum entry requirements for admission into our country's universities and will seriously consider the use of D7 and E8 where relevant. Once GTEC completes its work, the Ministry will appropriately lay it before Cabinet and consequently before this August House for consideration of recommendations. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Paul, any supplementary question? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to follow up with the Minister's answer. As much as we appreciate the gross appreciation, the increase with the removal of D7, what other interventions are they undertaking to support these students? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education has been tasked by the President to increase the gross tertiary enrollment of Ghana from 20% to 40% by 2030. So a number of things are happening. One of the most critical things is the improvement in the TVET tertiary space. As I speak with you, 7 technical colleges, these are tertiary institutions, are under construction throughout the country. And that is going to help in terms of improving the gross tertiary enrollment ratio. We are also taking steps to finally operationalize the Open University, and that will also ensure that tertiary education is brought to the doorsteps of Ghanaians across the country. Consequently, all that together with the improvement in the TVET tertiary space will help us improve our gross tertiary enrollment ratio, so that by 2030, we can say that we are one of the nations that has tremendously improved its gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So from the Doma East, we move to his closest friend, Empraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku, on question 697. Question 697. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, the very observant speaker. Thank you very much. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Education what activities the ministry is executing to increase reading comprehension among children in the country in light of the World Bank data, which reveals that 87% of 10-year-olds in the sub-Saharan Africa cannot read and understand adequately. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, children's inability to read and understand at age 10 has been a growing concern for the Ministry of Education. The Education Strategic Plan 2018 to 2030 has instituted pragmatic initiatives to address this systemic challenge that continue to lead to a high record of learning poverty in our part of the world. A number of coherent interventions have been programmed and rolled out in schools across Ghana to ensure that reading, writing, and speaking skills of learners, especially our P4 students, are significantly improved. 1. The ministry through GES under the Ghana Accountability for the Learning Outcomes Project GALLOP is implementing the differentiated learning interventions in 1,000 low-performing schools to improve reading and writing among learners. 2. In collaboration with USAID learning projects, schools in various districts are benefiting from the literacy program designed to improve the comprehension skills of learners in the target schools. In the past 5 years, USAID learning project produced and supplied many library material to schools and have trained teachers on how to effectively implement the literacy interventions in classrooms. Number 3, in addition, USAID Learning rolled out literacy competition to challenge learners to compete from schools through to national level. Number 4, the Ghana Library Authority is implementing a wide range of reading services for learners at the basic level to increase access and improve English proficiency among learners. These interventions include building of new and rehabilitation of old libraries to increase access, provision of reading books in all libraries, deployment of e-digital library, and 4, rolled out USAID rolled out the learning management system Edmondo. Number 5, the Ghana Book Development Corporation on behalf of Ghana Book Development Council, on behalf of the ministry, engaged learners in reading activities across the country. The formation of reading clubs in schools is encouraging learners to have fun through reading. They supply reading books and bulbs to schools across the country. Through the effective work done by the Ghana GBDC to improve reading, Ghana won the bid to stage the World Book Day. Number 6, as part of measures to cure learning poverty, the ministry has recently undertaken the National Standardized Test in Literacy and Numeracy in Primary 4 pupils across the country. The test will enable the ministry to establish the learning gap in this age cohort and take the necessary measures to provide interventions to ensure that Primary 4 pupils become proficient in literacy and numeracy. Number 7, through the Community of Excellence project, the ministry has started the implementation of an innovative concept, innovative program, and innovative Community of Excellence program. The idea is to involve the entire community, leadership, and other partners to implement a 1990 strategy under which at least 90% of all Primary 4 pupils will become proficient in literacy and numeracy in schools in the selected communities. And at least 90% of these Primary 4 pupils will transition to tertiary eventually. The idea is that the students who graduate from tertiary institutions will help to drive socioeconomic transformation in their community. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Member from Presonic, supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question has to do with the answer number 4A, the building of new and rehabilitation of old libraries to increase access. In fact, in my constituency, I can bear witness to this structure springing up. Currently, we are building a new library in Bipon. But what I realize is that we have some old libraries, especially in Obo, and some uncompleted library in Impraiso that is standstill now. It was under the IPEP project. Is it possible that the Ministry of Education can direct the Ghana Library Authority to, as it were, absorb this project so that our kids in Obo and in Impraiso and also in other communities in my constituency can benefit from this wonderful initiative under the wide range of reading services for learners? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
If you don't make it.
Mr. Speaker, I applaud my colleagues drive an initiative in promoting literacy in his constituency, and I'll be willing to work with you and the Library Authority to ensure that we can improve access to library in his constituency. So I'm willing, and through the Library Authority, we'll be working with my colleague to ensure that we improve access to library services in his constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Davis, and some Poku, you may take question 698, question 698, as your second substantive question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek to ask the Minister for Education what the ministry is doing to address the inadequate performance of senior high school students since the operationalization of the junior high school as part of the primary school education instead of the secondary school, which is a contributor to their low performance.
Question, yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the operationalization of junior high schools as part of their primary schools instead of senior high school has contributed to the inadequate performance at the senior high school level. This has happened because junior high schools in the country that were set up as part of the basic school system lacked certain facilities like science laboratories, ICT labs, workshops, and other basic school facilities needed to ensure that students performed at appropriate competency levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, are you okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you too. So from Emprayeso, we move to Botiano English Amanfrom on question 701. Question 701. Honorable Sylvester Tete. Honorable,
Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education how the ministry plans to address the major management challenges of school supervision, especially at the basic and secondary school levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the agency responsible for the inspection of pre-tertiary schools in Ghana is the National Schools Inspectorate Authority, or NASIA. The supervision of schools referred to as inspections have been ongoing for some time now. Significant progress is being made. From an average of 50 schools per academic year inspected prior to 2019, NASIA now targets yearly school performance inspection sample of 2,381 schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sylvester, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask a further question of the Minister, because looking at the average school per academic year prior to 2019 was 50. Now they target a yearly performance of inspection sample of 2,381. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, has this target been achieved? And if not, why? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the target has been achieved. And NASIA is going to continue to even do more than what they projected to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now we will take the last question for Minister. That is question 704. Question 704. Honorable Member for Kwadaso, Dr. Kizenyako.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask this very important question. With your indulgence, I would like to ask the Minister for Education what prompt action the Ministry is taking to provide teachers for classrooms that remain without teachers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is in constant engagement with the Ministry of Finance to secure financial clearance to deploy more teachers to the classrooms. Since 2018, we are grateful for the effort made by the Ministry of Finance in helping us recruit and post 100,000 teachers, over 100,000 teachers across the length and breadth of this country. These teachers have been recruited and posted to various schools. The major issue is that there's a fundamental concern of teacher deployment, as some recruited teachers refuse posting to certain areas for lack of amenities. To deal with this issue of inadequate teachers in some schools, the following measures have been taken. 1. Posting is now done to fill specific vacancies. 2. GES is revising its recruitment strategy to now advertise specific schools in specific districts where teachers are needed, so that potential teachers can on their own select schools to be posted to. This will also eliminate the scourge of requests for reposting. Number 3, graduate teachers of distance education programs who come from specific locations are being considered for recruitment and posting to these underserved areas. It is expected that they will be willing and comfortable to serve in such areas and thereby reduce the tendency for refusal of postings. Number 4, the Ghana Education Service through the ministry is working with the Ministry of Finance for financial resources to pay for transfer grants so that some teachers in overserved areas can now be redeployed to underserved areas. Last but not the least, currently, a committee is finalizing work on the identification of what is deprived, basically also rural schools, so that teachers posted to such schools can be considered for some incentives. This will help attract some teachers to such deprived and underserved areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, looking at the perennial difficulties regarding the deployment of teachers, I would like to find out from my Minister for Education if there is a specific policy that specifically deals with teacher deployment. And if there is none, what is the way forward? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana Education Service is currently working on strategies to ensure that the challenges of deployment is lessened, if not eliminated. And that is why I mentioned that they've set up a committee to look at incentives to be provided to teachers who accept postings to remote or deprived communities. And with that, we believe the financial incentive will enable us to attract teachers to these communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House.
Speaker, please, indulge me.
Honorable Member, you weren't here when we started.
You are right.
You started the questions. We said question owners may have only one supplementary question, and I've already given you that opportunity.
This one, I'm begging you, please.
Honorable Member, I didn't allow anybody. Don't push me to.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr.
So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much. At least, if I add the three urgent questions, you've answered 15 separate questions. I think we've done well. Members are appreciative of that. And you are hereby this.
If you may indulge me, only to remind him that we had already directed that he takes particular interest in the request by the Honorable Member in terms of furniture availability.
Yes.
So we'll be following up on that.
Very well. It's very critical. Yes. Thank you very much. So we'll follow with Honorable Minister for Water, Resources and Sanity. Is it Water, Resources? Minister for Sanitation, Water, Resources. Yes. Doesn't matter. Who is now also a caretaker minister for gender and children and social protection. So, Minister, you may take the first question, which is actually coming from Dr. Clementa Park, and the question is in respect of the ministry that you are doing extra duties. So, Honorable Member, you may ask the Minister your question. That is the urgent question D.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the Acting Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection for doing her best to carry two ministries on her shoulders. Mr. Speaker, is it not good to commend her? She is doing a young woman's job, and we appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection why caterers under the school feeding program are on strike, and what the ministry is doing to ensure that the caterers resume their services of cooking for pupils in our basic schools. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the caterers of the school feeding program are not on strike. They are currently cooking for the school children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, you may ask a supplementary question.
Well, as of today, they are not on strike. But as of when I filed the agent question, they were on strike. That is a matter of record. I want to ask the minister if the ministry is considering increasing the rate per child per day from the current 97 pesos to the requested 3 cedis, which was one of the reasons why the caterers went on strike.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not on the table at the ministry. So when the time comes, it will be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the normal questions. We will begin with question 887. 887. A member for Sege, Honorable Christian Qualite Utute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources if there are any immediate plans to help solve the water crisis in Sege constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sege constituency and other adjoining communities are supplied potable water by the 3 districts' water system. To resolve the challenges with the water supply system, the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, known as CWSA, has undertaken a number of interventions, including the rehabilitation of the slow sand filters at the headworks and the installation of a 100 cubic meter per hour packaged water treatment plant to increase water production. Additionally, the agency has also completed the laying of 10 kilometers of 200 millimeter HDPE pipes along the industrial enclave from the Dawa booster station to improve the water carrying capacity of the pipeline supplying water to the industrial enclave. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, plans are far advanced for the replacement of the electromechanical installations at the water treatment plant, which involves the installation of 5 high lift and 3 submersible hybrid pumps to be powered by both solar energy and from the national grid. The pumps have been ordered and are expected in the country by the close of August 2022 for installation and ancillary works to be completed by the end of September 2022 to improve water supply in Sege and other communities. Mr. Speaker, in the medium to long term, the Ghana Water Company Limited, as part of its planning, is developing the Aveime Water Supply Project to address the water supply challenges within the Sege constituency and its environs. The project will entail the construction of a new water treatment plant with a capacity of 120,000 cubic meters per day, or 26,700,000 gallons per day at Aveime to improve water supply mainly to Dawa Free Zones Enclave, the Tema Free Zones Enclave, the Tema Heavy Industrial Area, and other heavy industries located along the main N1 highway from Sege Junction to the Tema roundabout. Furthermore, residents of Dawenya, Prampram, Sagleme, Bato, Mepe, Aveime Community 25, Central University, and surrounding communities are also expected to benefit from the project. Mr. Speaker, the project is envisaged to supply water to at least 1,200,000 people living in the supply area. The financing of the Aveime water supply project, estimated at $105 million United States dollars, is being considered by the Danida Sustainable Infrastructure Finance. The evaluation of shortlisted consultants for the preparation of the feasibility studies, which is also being funded by the DSIF, is currently ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Christian Utite, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for the comprehensive explanation to my question. Okay, I also want to know, despite all the interventions, we still have water crisis, and I know some are ongoing, which it will take some time. So, in certain events where there is really shortage of water for a longer period, is your ministry ready to come in for short interventions?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, we will be ready to look at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So from Sege, we move to Abrikumanov. Honorable Shura Battels, on question 1055. Question 1055.
The Speaker, the Honorable Member has asked that I asked a question on her behalf. If you would permit, I will do so.
Yes, leave granted. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what mechanisms are in place to harvest, i.e. collect and store rainwater during rainy seasons to deal with water shortages in the dry seasons. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the essential measure that has been put in place to promote rainwater harvesting is the adoption of the Ghana Building Code of 2018, which recommends households and institutions to include rainwater harvesting technologies in their building plans. Additionally, the National Water Policy, which is currently under review, seeks to ensure the enforcement of rainwater harvesting techniques as detailed in the Building Code, while encouraging developers and owners or managers of land and property to create local rainwater storage for both residential and commercial facilities. Mr. Speaker, the National Rainwater Harvesting Strategy also provides a roadmap for enhanced planning, development, and management of rainwater harvesting, and serves as a guide for elaboration of a series of action programs on rainwater harvesting in Ghana. Furthermore, lakes, dugouts, and other wetlands are sinks into which surface water or groundwater flows from a surrounding catchment. They are natural harvesters of rainwater. Mr. Speaker, there have been research initiatives by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Water Research Institute, and the Science and Technology Policy Research Institute in collaboration with the Water Resources Commission in rainwater harvesting. These institutions have pilot tested conservation techniques such as sandbag water harvesting and rock top rain harvesting in the northern regions to demonstrate the restoration of such natural harvesters of rainwater for water provision for multiple uses and as nature-based solution for protection of water sources. The next key step is to upscale such initiatives. Mr. Speaker, at the large-scale level, the development of planned multipurpose dams, such as the Palugu multipurpose dam, is not for only hydropower production, irrigation, and flood control, but also for water conservation, abstraction, treatment, and supply for our use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very satisfied with
well, thank you. We move from Abekmanov to Suhum on question 1057. Question 1057. Honorable Kodwa-Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the ambidextrous Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what measures have been put in place to increase capacity of the Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production of water throughout the year. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited, which is responsible for potable water supply to all urban communities in Ghana, currently operates 91 urban water supply systems throughout the country. The average production from these systems is about 871,496 cubic meters per day, or 192 million gallons per day, while the present potable water demand is estimated at 1,131,818 cubic meters per day, or 249 million gallons per day. This translates to a demand-supply gap of a little over 260,000 cubic meters per day, or 57 million gallons per day. Mr. Speaker, according to the Ghana 2021 Population and Housing Census, 9 in 10 households, representing 92%, have access to improved sources of drinking water, and the proportion is higher for urban than rural households. Urban is 97.8% and rural is 83%. At least 90% of households in 9 regions have access to improved sources of drinking water, out of which Greater Accra has 97.3%, Bono 97.5%, and Upper West 97.3%, constituting the highest regions, and Oti 77.1%, Northeast 74.8%, and Savannah 70.5%, constituting the lowest regions. Mr. Speaker, apart from the significant rise in population growth, which accounts for the demand-supply gap, there are also operational challenges that account for the deficit in water production, including but not limited to intermittent power supply, obsolete electromechanical equipment, and poor raw water quality as a result of illegal mining activities known as galamsey. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to increase the capacity of the Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production of water throughout the year, the Ministry for Sanitation and Water Resources, through the Ghana Water Company Limited, has put in place short, medium, and long-term programs and interventions. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited intends to utilize the Siemens plant at Kong to its full capacity to transport 15,000 cubic meters per day, or 3.3 million gallons per day of treated water for distribution. The GWCL will also activate the idle capacity at the Kong New Water Treatment Plant to transport additional 21,000 cubic meters per day, or 4.6 million gallons per day of treated water for distribution. The projects are currently ongoing and will bring the total additional capacity to 36,000 cubic meters per day, or 7.9 million gallons per day, which will be pumped through the Dodowa corridor to serve the eastern parts of Accra. These projects are expected to be completed by the end of the third quarter of 2022, and are envisaged to significantly improve water supply to the Greater Accra metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the Ghana Water Company Limited is undertaking other interventions which include the following, among others: replacement of weak sections of 1,050 millimeter 42-inch transmission pipeline from Kong Water Treatment Plant to Tema Booster Station to improve water supply to Tema and surrounding communities. A total of 240 meters of the pipeline were replaced in the past year at a cost of 2 million 400,000 Ghana cedis. GWCL will replace an additional 360 meters using internally generated funds by the end of the year 2022. Nationwide installation of automatic voltage regulators. These are to stabilize power supply. The company has undertaken an assessment of water supply systems that are worst affected by poor quality power supply, and plans are in place to install AVRs at Peve Headworks, Salaga Headworks, Bagabaga, Booster, and Yendi Headworks by the end of the year 2022. It is expected that the installation of AVRs will reduce plant downtime due to poor quality of power supply, which currently accounts for 40% of total plant downtime nationwide. So, Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the Ghana Water Company Limited has completed the installation of AVRs at the Barikese, Odaso, Konongo, Aframso, Achiasi Water Treatment Plants, and Jansa Booster Station in the Ashanti region, and Sawam Water Treatment Plant and Kwautafo Booster Station in the Eastern region, Kwenyaku, Befikrom, Isachir, and Secherehiman in the Central region, Soutrom Booster Station and Keseve Headworks in the Greater Accra region. To improve raw water availability by carrying out dredging of the Owabi Dam in the Ashanti region, the Secherehiman intake in the Central region, Dabuasi and Bosomasi intakes in the Western region, Nauni Dam in the Northern region, Jambusi in the Upper West region, and Brekum, Kora River, Abisim, Achirinsua Headworks in Bono region. It is expected that the dredging works would improve the capacity of the affected intakes and improve raw water abstraction process. So, Speaker, there is also the rehabilitation of filters to reduce water treatment losses to improve efficiency of water filtration processes at production stations. The Ghana Water Company Limited has completed the rehabilitation of gravity sand filters at Brimsu Headworks in the Central region and intends to rehabilitate the gravity sand filters at Inchaban Water Treatment Plant in the Western region, Weja Adam Clark in the Greater Accra region, and Peve Headworks in the Volta region to improve the efficiency of water filtration and to minimize water treatment losses at production stations. The rehabilitation works is expected to reduce the duration and frequency of backwashing at the stations and improve overall production. There's also the replacement of 4 defective treatment water pumps that were initially put out of service. These have been replaced at the Tema Booster Station. So, Speaker, furthermore, in the medium to long term, and in line with government's Water for All agenda, the ministry, through the Ghana Water Company Limited, is implementing a number of water supply projects across the country in order to increase the capacity of Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production of water. These projects are at various levels of implementation. We have the Upper East Region Water Supply Expansion Project. So, Speaker, I'm happy to announce that this will be commissioned by His Excellency the President very soon, the early part of August. And it will give water to 347,446 people. We have the Damango and Tamale water supply projects, which will commence by the end of the third quarter of 2022. This will give an overall figure of 800,000 people water. We have the Gamma Sanitation and Water Project additional financing, which is giving 100,000 people water. This is 17% complete. We have the Wenchi water supply, which is 10% into the acquisition of the site by the contractors. We have the Keta water supply expansion project, giving water to 422,000, and this is 25% complete. We have the Sekendi Takradi water supply expansion project, which will give 1.48 million water. The contractors have acquired the site. Sunyani water supply expansion project phase 1, which will commence in the third quarter of 2022. Yendi water supply expansion, we are in the process of selecting the contractor, and they've done the seismic studies and the geological studies, Mr. Speaker. We also have the Techima water supply, which is by Korean Exim, and this will give 320,000 people water. Contractor selection is underway. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to mention that, that there are plans that have commenced on the underlisted urban water supply projects so as to respond to the rising demand of water in the country. We have the Kwong Phase 2, which will give 1.3 million people water, Fantia Kwabebro Water Supply Project, which will give 141,611 people water, Wager Water Supply Rehabilitation Project to add 800,000 people to water supply, Takwa Water Supply Expansion Project, which will give 201,000 people water, Asim Fosu Water Supply Expansion Project, 285,000 people will benefit, Kwenyaku Water Supply Expansion Project, which will add 1.3 million people to water supply, Hohoi Water Supply Expansion, which will give 333,162 people water, Dambai Water Supply, which is by Hungarian Exim, which will give 56,433 people water, Western North Regional Water Supply Project, which will give 257,924 people, also Water Supply Project, which will give for 154,234 people water. Atebuba Mantin Water Supply Project, which will give 195,700 water. So, Speaker, I've gone through this lengthy list to assure the House that at the end of all these projects, we will be adding 5,225,096 million people the water supply. This will be a very laudable achievement by the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So, Speaker, one of these projects would increase the capacity of Ghana Water Company Limited to ensure sustainable production and distribution of potable water throughout the year, to ensure that all people living in Ghana will have access to potable water by the year 2030, in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With this question, I wouldn't entertain any supplementary. So we move to question.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, just one follow-up. Yes, I largely agree. Very detailed answer. Mr. Comment you have it for that. And for me, I'm not surprised. This is your character. But my worry, because Minister mentioned the Insaum Water Project and the Densu River and the likes, the question is about availability of raw water. And it appears to me there's some correlation, availability of raw water and vegetation cover that protect this raw water. I don't know if there are some plans or collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Honorable Abu Jinapor, so that we can dedicate a program for the protection of these raw water sources.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there is. There is a policy of reserving 100 meters from all our water bodies, and we have a program working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to vegetate these areas so as to give cover to our water bodies. Speaker, for the information of the House also, Ghana is blessed with 53.2 billion gallons of raw water. What we need to do is to protect the water and not pollute it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We move to question 1093. Honorable Kojasanti, do you want to ask another question?
Mr. Speaker, I thought for your rules, I'm entitled to.
Okay, let's hear you.
One follow-up.
Let's hear you.
But, Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to the extent that I think I won't ask any follow-up question. But I just want to thank the minister for her A+ response that she has given to this August House. I am very grateful, and I thank her very much. Thank you.
Well. If Honorable is not asking questions, he's just recommending you for giving an elaborate answer. So from Suhum, we move to Swaman. From Suhum to Swaman. Honorable Joseph Bettino. Yes, Honorable Member for Swaman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources if there is any plan to provide small water system to the people of Kalo in the Suyamai constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kalo community in the Suyaman constituency in the Western North region has been provided with 3 boreholes. One of the boreholes is mechanized and connected to 3 taps. The other 2 are fitted with hand pumps, but one is currently broken down. In the short term, the hand pump borehole would be redeveloped and mechanized, as well as provided additional 6 public standpipes to improve water supply. I wish to indicate that the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources is ready to provide the people of Kalo community in the Suyaman constituency a small town water supply system through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency by making budgetary provision in the 2023 annual budget, as well as solicit financial and technical support from development partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, when would the redevelopment, the mechanization of the 4th version hand pump boreholes commence?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as the funds are ready, we'll start. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Swaman, we move to Crow. From Swaman, we move to Crow. Who was not here? Honorable Agnes Na Momolati on question 1119. Yes. Very well. Ask the question on her behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the operational status of the Ghana water desalination plant at Nimwa in the wake of acute water shortage in most parts of the constituency. Ogon, Batuna, Nkoi, Lowekuma, Adugono, Nilawe, and Sokoji. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, as part of measures to ameliorate water supply challenges within the Teshinongwa enclave, which is situated at the terminal ends of the Pong and Wager water supply production stations, the Ghana Water Company Limited considered a proposal from Mrs. Befesa to design a 1,000 cubic meters per day or 13.2 million gallons per day seawater reverse osmosis desalination plant under a PPP arrangement as a build, own, operate and transfer BOOT for an estimated population size of 500,000 people in the Teshinongwa area. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, after the completion of the 450 meters HDPE pipeline to undertake the total volume of treated water from the plant, the Ghana Water Company Limited requested for the full complement of the contracted capacity of the desalination plant of 60,000 cubic meters per day. Out of the total contracted capacity of 20,990,000 cubic meters per day in 2019, the plant was able to supply 8,300,000 cubic meters per. Sorry, that was it was per year, and the plant was able to supply 8,300,000 cubic meters per year. representing 41% supply efficiency. In 2020, out of the total contracted capacity of 21 million cubic meters per year, the plant was able to supply 12,100,000 cubic meters per year, representing 59% supply efficiency. In 2021, out of the total contracted capacity of 20,990,000 cubic meters per year, the plant was able to supply 16,700,000 cubic meters per year. The shortfalls in volume supplied were mainly as a result of breakdown of raw water transmission pipeline in 2019, poor seawater quality, that is high temperature and total suspended solids, GWCL network high pressures, ultrafiltration challenges, frequent fouling of reverse osmosis racks, breakdown of self-cleaning filters, low tide, and internal and external power challenges. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of this year, from the 1st of January 2022 to 30th June 2022, out of the expected total contracted capacity of 10,800,000 cubic meters per year, the desalination plant has supplied 7,270,000 cubic meters per year of treated water to GWCL network, representing 67% supply efficiency for the period. The shortfall was attributed to a breakdown of some of the reverse osmosis filter membrane racks, directly accounting for the decline in the expected output of the plant, as reported by the plant operator. The amount of water supplied, however, from the desalination plant has seen some improvement month on month for the first half of this year, albeit still of the contracted daily supply of 60,000 cubic meters per day. For the month of June, the maximum daily water supply was 55,418 cubic meters per day, as compared to the month of May, with maximum daily supply of 45,152 cubic meters. So, Speaker, the operator of the plant is, however, working assiduously on fixing the RO membranes to ensure full production, which will improve water supply to tertiary and its environs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Okay, let's take the supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has given a very healthy response to this question, but what she has not provided is the time frame. If she can give us the time frame when this reverse osmosis will be fixed, so that the people of both Teshi and Nwa will have a constant supply of water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll have to find out from the operators the actual time frame. I cannot stand here and give an answer outright, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. Thank you.
From Krowo, we will come home to Krote Koli. Our Member of Parliament, all the MPs, you are our Member of Parliament. May we hear you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm still waiting for members to pay their ground rent. Thank you. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources how many households in Klote Koli have benefited from the One Household, One Toilet scheme since the National Sanitation Campaign was launched in 2017 by the President.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the One House, One Toilet scheme is one of the Government of Ghana's flagship projects. This scheme has successfully been implemented across low-income beneficiaries in 22 metropolitan and municipal assemblies within the Greater Accra metropolitan area under the auspices of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources through the Greater Accra metropolitan area known as Gamma Sanitation and Water Project funded by the World Bank. So, Speaker, it is worth noting that the scheme has so far provided 305,360 low-income population within Gama, with access to 38,168 improved household toilets. Out of this number, the Krote-Koli Municipal Assembly has so far benefited from 421 household toilets, serving low-income population of 3,352 in the municipality. All beneficiaries of the scheme have been mapped onto the Kobo Collect digital platform, and the data is easily accessible for verification and identification of beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the success of the One House, One Toilet scheme in the Gama area, an additional funding has been secured from the World Bank to undertake the construction of 30,000 household toilets for the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area and 12,000 household toilets for the Greater Accra metropolitan area. A total of 120 disability-friendly, fit-for-purpose, gender-sensitive institutional sanitation facilities will also be constructed for beneficiary schools in the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area, while 30 will be constructed in the Greater Accra metropolitan area. The project will also expand and rehabilitate the Asafo sewage system in Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Senator, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's response, she mentions a digital platform, which I actually tried to access, but I could not do so on my phone. And my question is, does the ministry have this information on their website? Because I could not, and I don't know whether the minister has been able to. I'm asking whether the minister has been able to access this information herself on this particular digital platform she's referring to, because I tried to access it, but I was not able to, and I'm wondering whether the ministry has it on their website.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't done so currently. I'll do it as soon as I get to the office and get back to the honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We will move up again to Doma East on question 1133. Question 1133. Honorable Paul Aprokuchum Belma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what plans the ministry has to address water pollution in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, water bodies are being polluted mainly by galamsey activities in mining areas of the country, while other non-point sources of pollution stem from improper of both solid and liquid waste in certain areas, thus causing rapid growth of algae and aquatic weeds, which further affect water quality. Mr. Speaker, measures adopted by the ministry through the Water Resources Commission to address water pollution in the country include the nationwide water quality monitoring program being implemented towards data collection and information gathering to continually establish the quality status of all waters in the country, and contribute to the national initiative for controlling the unregulated activities of small-scale miners. Another measure, Mr. Speaker, is the strengthening of the legislative regime relating to buffer protection and pollution control. The buffer zone legislative instrument is being drafted after completion of nationwide consultations, and the regulation should be ready by the end of the year 2023. The development of a water resource pollution control and effluent discharge (LI) has also been initiated to regulate and improve on water quality. Mr. Speaker, training, education, and the active participation of relevant stakeholders are also complementing the enforcement. Training is targeted at relevant security personnel, especially investigators and prosecutors, on all relevant legislation, chiefs, the media, and civil society organizations at the regional and basin levels on all aspects of managing water resources and the environment. A key intervention is the introduction of security posts in catchments that serve as water supply sources. Currently, the Wager Headworks has a permanent security post. The impacts are being monitored in order to replicate in other reservoirs. Mr. Speaker, Again, the water resources management is being implemented within a decentralized institutional framework by creating coordinating bodies at the river basin level. So far, 6 river basins, Densu, White Volta, and Cobra Pra Tamno basins, and the Black Volta have decentralized secretariats, and their boards have also been set up. In addition, prioritized lists of actions and measures are being implemented to address each basin's specific water management issues and improve the quantity and quality of water resources. The Commission is also developing sub-basin plans at the community level to assist in pollution control. These notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, there is the realization to adopt and promote a prevention culture as the preferred option. In essence, prevention of water pollution actions such as the institution of community mining by the government will help to sustain the ecological health of water bodies, since water cleanup or treatment can be more complex and expensive in tackling water pollution from illegal mining in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You okay? Very well. So we move to question 1134. 1134. Amanfi East. Amanfi East. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what steps the ministry is taking to provide potable water to the following communities in the Amanfi East constituency: Dadieso, Adiemra, Domiabra, Adesu, Dompuase, Enchiase, Ajumako, and Boykru. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dadieso, Adiemra, Domiabra, Adesu, Dompuase, Enchiase, Ajumako, and Boykru are communities in the Amanfi East constituency and have been provided with a number of boreholes serving as sources for potable water supply. However, the water supply from the boreholes cannot meet the water demand of these communities. That Dadieso community was proposed to get water supply from the Japa water system under the International Development Agency Sustainable Rural Water and Sanitation Project in 2014. However, the elevation of the community was too high for gravity supply from the high-level tank at Japa, which is 4 kilometers from Dadieso. Furthermore, the per capita cost of the transmission pipeline was extremely high, as well as very high operation costs, making it not economically advisable. Mr. Speaker, as a short-term measure to improve water supply in these communities, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, will make provision in the 2023 annual budget to enable the Community and Sanitation Water Agency provide additional boreholes for mechanization to the communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable, let's hear you for your supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. In your response, you indicated that the borehole cannot meet the water demand. However, in paragraph 2 of your response, you elaborate about the intervention for Dadieso. How about the remaining communities? That's Adesu, Enchiase, Dompuase, Ejumako, Boykrom, and Adiemra.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These communities will be catered for in the budget of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We from Amanfi East, we come to Accra, Pong Katamanso. Honorable Joseph Apote. Yes. Are you member for Pong Katamanso?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the plans the ministry has to end the perennial water problems affecting the following communities in Pong Katamanso constituency: Pong, Okompe, Kubekro,
Bichley, and Apollonia.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company Limited supplies potable water to the Greater Accra metropolitan area from 3 water